Let's get ready to RPG!
RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG! RPG!
What up, Knights of Last Call fam? It's your boy, Derik, back from GenCon. Whew. 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 It was a long day. I just came back today, actually. I woke up in Indy, had breakfast with Mr. Glicker, and we discussed, sort of plans for stuff. We're supposed to go to PAX West, PAX, the big PAX here in a couple of weeks, and then I hit the road and came home and played with my dogs for a couple hours. Kind of took stock, moved stuff out of my car. Cleaned my car out a little bit. Then I was off to racquetball, and then I came home, and people were talking about, you know, what's going on, you know, with my stream, and people are like, "Oh, you should stream." And I was like, why not? So here we are. Well, also, right, our official streams are Tuesdays and Thursdays. Well, tomorrow is Tuesday, and that's like one of our official streams. Well, I kind of have to talk about Draw Steel. So Tuesday is locked, right? So I'm not going to be able to talk about Gen Con tomorrow because I'm going to be talking about Draw Steel. So that is what we're here for. In fact, the man, the myth, the legend himself is here in chat. What's up? Ooh, sorry, thirsty. Yeah. Well, it was a crazy, hectic whirlwind. Gen Con, of course, always is exciting and draining.
Edward tipped $50 to help with the Culk coffers.
Hell yeah, the Culk coffers. Culklick. Edward, thank you. Edward, you're quickly becoming a true supporter of the whole channel, my friend. You're keeping us afloat. Edward, thank you so much. You know, there's a lot of stuff to cover. We've got new stuff from Paizo. We've got new stuff from Fabula Ultima. We've got new stuff from this little company called MCDM, who may have released something. We got new stuff from Cubicle 7 in the form of Warhammer. Old World release, GM Guide. We have just new stuff on new stuff on new stuff. But we got a lot to cover. So, I mean, there's Daggerheart announcements. There's Shadowdark announcements. There's a lot going on. So, yeah. So, Gen Con was very awesome. So, Edward, thank you so much. I appreciate that. I did spend too much. So, you know, maybe we'll do a haul reveal, you know.
Thaddeus tipped $25. What is this, an unfilled tip bar?
Thaddeus, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yeah, it is unfilled. Of course, we did not stream a lot last week. We only streamed once. It was from the Airbnb. It was for 2.5 hours to talk about, of course, a Daggerheart Void 1.5 update. By the way, I did get to talk to Rowan Hall. Transformations were her idea and her baby. And I said, it's very rare that I rate something very, very, very highly, like across the board. And I did. And I was like, these are amazing. Those things were awesome. The design was amazing. I was telling Spencer and Rowan, just like, I thought they were just amazing. And we were just talking about, you know, all of the game design of stuff like that. And it was awesome. And speaking of another con friend, JP Couvert in the house. What's up, JP? JP was very nice and very generous at the con and came prepared with copies of his Dragon Town and the Darkness Below, and was gifting them out to friends and fellow streamers. And of course I said, no, thank you. I bought one. I kickstarted it. In fact, I actually got charged by JP automatically for shipping. So I'll hopefully be getting my box set here shortly. And of course, we will be doing a full review of that because I think it looks great. It looks amazing. I got to see it in person, and I'm really excited to get it. So that'll be really, really cool. I'm really looking for. Actually, I have a couple Kickstarters that should be coming in here in the coming weeks, and I'm really looking forward to taking a look at all of those. And yeah, and JP and I tried to subtly convince JP to make a product that, again, remember, folks, I've said this before. There's only like 2 TTRPG channels on the internet that I've pretty sure I've watched all of their videos, and both of them are map related. So one is Map Crow, and the other is JP's. So I just love. I love the art. I'm not an artist, so I just love, and I love maps. I love map making. So I tried to convince JP for my own selfish reason, but I think it would be good for him about what product he should make next. So JP, you should do that. So it'll be pretty awesome. So we're all looking forward to all of this stuff, and yeah, I bought a bunch of stuff. We got some new stuff coming. It's going to be pretty crazy. And of course, this Gen Con was really interesting. Again, huge shout out to Roll for Combat. They sponsored basically me going. They put me up in their Airbnb. I had an exhibitor badge, which was really cool. I mean, it was hot. It was really hot. It was like the hottest day ever, Tuesday and Wednesday when we were setting up the booth. So, we had to break things down, and I schlepped stuff all around, and I had a car, so I had to drive and get stuff. And I was audiovisual guy for a couple of streams and seminars. So, I like to think that I paid my way. But, again, Steven continues to be an incredible and amazing host, friend of the channel, and friend of mine. And, Mark and Linda are just great people as well. So great to spend time with them, and really nice for them to sort of bring me along, even if I can help out a little bit. I hopefully did there. It was just a little hot. Yeah, it was incredible, just insane. It was like 98 degrees. They don't have the AC on. It's like 98 degrees. It was like 90% humidity. It was unbelievable, incredibly hot. So yeah, I don't know where to start. There's a lot to cover. So I think it'll be really, really, it'll be really, really tough to cover everything. I will say that, of course, as I was kind of alluding to, tomorrow we are going to take a look at Draw Steel, which did drop during the course of Gen Con, as if to like stab a dagger in my heart. And I tried to stream. I think Steven said, I was like, oh, I'm going to stream. But guys, I was so dead by the end of the night. It was just way too hard for me to try to stream. So, absolutely, it was really tough. So what was my Gen Con experience like? Well, so as just sort of a reminder, and actually, again, I was talking to Steven about this. It's time to get sentimental. For me, Gen Con had become very bittersweet. And I would even think more bitter, because Gen Con for me was always about friends. And it was about, we used to go in like a 10-person group, my local, gang of guys and gals. We would go to Gen Con. We would get, 2 or 3 rooms. We'd be kind of packed in there, some couples, some not couples. And we would just, it was this amazing, incredible group experience. And I am dropping some frames, so that might be something. Yeah, I don't know. It could be YouTube. It could be my internet. So if you're dropping frames, I apologize. Let me think here. 1 second. It could be my internet. Oh, no. One second. All right. All right, there we go. I think we're back. All right. One of the many reasons that I need to update my graphics card and build my new machine is because I think the fan on this graphics card needs cleaned, or so I actually have to I had to go in and manually set the speed on my graphics card while we're having this stream. For some odd reason, there must be a problem with the temperature sensor, and it doesn't always turn on fully. So I have to go into NVIDIA and manually turn on the speed to max so that it keeps running. Anyways, hello. So what I was saying was, I was trying to be sentimental, is that Gen Con for me was about friends. It was about hanging out with people. And it was about hanging out with my close personal friends. It wasn't just about gaming. It was about, it was about my friends, and it was about having a community, and it was about going there and sort of seeing, all my fellow nerds. And then what I found happen in the years leading up to COVID is my friends all, they started families, they had young kids, and they're not the types to want to bring their 2-year-old to GenCon. Some people want to bring their 2-year-old to GenCon. More power to you. I don't know what you're really getting out of that, but good on you. And so, and some of my friends also, didn't want to. They just got out of gaming, and that was not, their limited vacation days weren't going to be spent going to the greatest 4 days of gaming. So one by one, GenCon became a more lonely experience, and eventually I found myself basically going, by myself, to the point where in 2019 I went with my buddy Tim and my buddy George, and then 2020 obviously got canceled, and then I didn't go in 2021, and then I went in 2022, and I went by myself. And it was really, really awful. And not only was it awful because I was by myself, but I felt more disconnected in some ways from the people at GenCon. And I don't want to sound like super gatekeepy, but, I looked at them and there was, a lot of people were there. I don't know. They weren't, it's all like they were all super hyped about D&D. There's nothing wrong with that. But, at that time I'm like, well, I don't really play D&D anymore. I mean, it's still a great game, but it's not a game that I'm playing. Or there were a lot of people there for cosplay, or there was a lot of people there for, nerd bric-a-brac. And there were a lot of booths that were like nerd bric-a-brac. And so I was like, this isn't really my scene anymore. And I don't think there's anything wrong with GenCon evolving or changing. And certainly the base, the demographics have changed considerably. And a lot more women, a lot more younger people. Like it's a lot more families. It's a very wide margin now. A lot more minorities, which are just all the great things. But they may be, on average, they might be interested in things that I'm not necessarily interested in. And the event hall, the events and the con hall had reflected that. So I just really wasn't feeling that connected to it. And so it was kind of like rough. And then I wasn't going to go in 2024 because this is where, I get it. I'm a, princess in the pea and I'm being a spoiled brat. But I also hated not being nearby to the convention center. And I basically said, well, if I don't get a good room, if I have to be out by the airport, I'm not going. That just sounds like a lot of work. And if I buy stuff, what am I supposed to do? Carry it around all day? Like that sounds terrible and horrible. And it is, by the way. I'm going to get a car. What are you going to do? Pay $60 a day for parking? It's nonsense. It's craziness. So I was just kind of salty in general. So then last year, I went down for a few days because Mr. Glicker from Roll for Combat said, well, hey, why don't you just come down, hang out with us? And I went down and I stayed for a couple days, and I had a lot of fun. But one of the reasons I had a lot of fun is because in 2023 and 2024, I started getting the opportunity to sort of hang out with some of my fellow content creators. And, thanks to Steven, got introduced to these people. And some of them, knew me or didn't know me. But, kind of feeling people who are more connected and sort of in my space kind of brought me back to that. So this year was a lot of fun because I felt like I belonged to a community again. And while I am, very much a very small fish in a large pond, it was cool to be part of a group, and to feel like I had friends, in that sphere and in that space. That was gave me something to look forward to and gave me something to communicate with, and to have this sort of connection to all these people made me feel like this is something I want to keep going to. This is something I want to return to, that there's value in me building these relationships. Now, the downside of that is, I didn't play as many games as I used to play. Now, I got to go into the hall. I got to demo some games, in the hall. But, there was a time and a place where Gen Con used to be, me playing 40 plus hours of games, over the course of 4 days, 10, 12 hours of gaming a day, each day, maybe some Magic drafts at 4 a.m. That, not so much of my experience. And I do kind of regret that, but you can't do it all. That's the unfortunate thing about Gen Con. You can't do it all. So it's a different experience. And I guess I appreciate that, because if it can't be the same amazing experience I had, 20 years ago, 10 years ago, 15 years ago, at least it's a different experience, and I get to experience that brand new. So that's that part is a lot of fun. And to be clear, I'm not as into the business as some of these folks are. Some of these people are really hardcore about this stuff. They've got teams, and they've got, people who are on payrolls for them. And, I'm not saying that I don't take this seriously, but, they take it really seriously, and rightfully so. So, I'm still kind of that outsider. I still kind of have that strange outsider point of view, but it was fun to sort of, be part of that group. So good time, fun time was had. And I really got to enjoy it. So as a brief kind of overview of this, some of the interesting things that happen at one of the things that I knew I wanted to do at this con was to try to talk to people who were making games that, I think are really cool and I'd like to be a part of. So one of the first things that I wanted to do was reach out. So I'll tell this story is reach out to the folks at Darrington Press and get to, maybe get to know them. Now, when we first did our mega week of Daggerheart, right? Dagger Week, right? Which kind of turned into Dagger Month. We saw that Spencer Stark, who is one of the co-lead designers for Daggerheart, was in our stream and, dropped by, said, "Hey, Derik, this is great. This is awesome. We should talk more." And they reached out and gave me the contact number for their sort of personnel management handler. And we had been going back and forth, but, he even told me, his personnel manager, probably not till after Gen Con, because, Spencer's really busy and he's bouncing around. He's going to Comic-Con. He's going to a bunch of other stuff. Then we're getting ready for Gen Con. But, we should definitely do that. Cool. I didn't really think too much about it. So this is where things kind of, this is classic Derik. So I'll try to tell the story as best as I can. So Thursday, before the con hall opens, Steven's out doing his rounds, and he goes over to Darrington Press booth, and he, talks to some people, and he says, "Oh, hey, Derik, you should come over, and you should meet some of the people at Darrington Press." So I go over there, and I'm talking to a very nice lady there. I believe her name is Katie, and she says, "Oh, cool," and she doesn't know who I am or anything. She goes, "Are you signed up for tonight's meet and greet? We're doing an offsite. We've got a little party so that some of the Darrington Press folks can meet up with some of the content creators, because we're trying to, meet with people, rub, shoulders with people, get to know people." And she didn't really say it, but what she really meant was, we're trying to find notable 5e influencers and get them to talk about Daggerheart. I mean, I think that's what they were really saying. And I said, "No, I don't know anything about that." And she goes, "Oh, you didn't see that on Twitter or whatever?" And I was like, I deleted Twitter. So no, I didn't see that. So me, I didn't fill anything out. I didn't delete anything. So instead, I was like, well, shit. So then the Daggerheart stream kicks off, the announcement stream on Thursday. And I hop into the chat. And while, someone from Darrington Press is sort of moderating the chat and dropping links and stuff like that, and I jump in just to say hi and whatever, and a bunch of people are like, "Oh, hey, Derik, what's going on? At Night's Last Call? Oh, awesome. What do you think of all this? Blah, 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 blah." And a bunch of people are all, saying, "What's up? Hey, I know that guy." Or, some of the people were members of this community who, were in there to get information about Daggerheart. We're all very excited. And people were asking me questions. And, well, apparently this moderator was a member of the Daggerheart team by the name of Darcy. And Darcy saw that and then sent us an email via our social media link. So this went to our generic support@knightsoflastcall.com. And let me see if I can find it. because Bob actually sent me a text because he's like, I know you don't usually like notice these things or pay attention to them, but did you see this? I figured you'd want to know, I figured you'd want to know about this email that I just got today. So we're playing, and oh my God, why is this making me log into my account? All right. Apparently I deleted my account. So anyways, why am I getting a receipt from the Forge? Anyways, okay. So Darcy sends me a thing, and she says, hey, saw you in the Daggerheart panel tonight saw you in the Daggerheart panel chat on YouTube, and I'd love to meet up if you're at GenCon. We have a mixer tonight near the convention center. Will you be able to join us? All the best, Darcy. So she just emailed me and was like, hey, you should come to this thing. Cause like she didn't know who I am. And she's like, so I go, sure. I sent back. I said, yeah, hey, I'd love to go. I'm gonna come with my +1. I'm gonna bring Stephen Glicker or whatever. So that's how I ended up getting invited to this Darrington press event. So I go there, and it's a bunch of people from their marketing, licensing, media team, and it's Elise, Rowan, and Spencer, the kind of the primary preliminary designers for Daggerheart. And it's a mixer, and they've got food, and they want people to talk and mix people. And I actually got to meet some really cool content creators while I was there. But my key takeaway was a lot of these content creators, these aren't like the huge content creators who have like a very, very vested 5e audience. They're kind of like on the periphery. I'm not saying, I don't know necessarily that that Daggerheart couldn't convert those people, but if you're like, I don't know, if you're like the dungeon dudes, you might not really be willing to change, quote unquote, change ship to Daggerheart. But I was talking to people, and I saw that, Spencer was there. And again, Spencer had stopped by in our stream before, so I knew he knew who we were. But I was talking to people, and I got the general sense was that I know a lot more about Daggerheart than most people in this room. Okay. Not saying that they were, why would they, they just hadn't dived into the game the way that obviously I had. But it was still fun to talk to them. And, I was kind of getting them hyped up a little bit about the game. So finally, Spencer's talking to somebody, and I'm not going to lie, incredibly nice guy, but it was a little bit like, it was this really kind of weird moment for me because I walk over and he kind of like stops who he's talking to, and he goes, Derik, wow. And I kind of go in to shake his hand. He goes, can I give you a hug? And I go, yeah. So we hug out. He goes, it is an honor to have you here. I am so excited that you're here. This is awesome. I've been a fan of your channel for a long time, and the fact that you're like jamming on our game is awesome. I love your criticisms. I love your things that you love. That I love that you love some things. I love that you're critical of some things, and it's just awesome. And he was like, it was almost like he was kind of starstruck. I'm putting words in Spencer's mouth, but he was very generous. He was extremely polite, and he was just such a nice gentleman. And Rowan and Elise were very, very kind and gracious and very welcoming as well. And there were some other people around. It wasn't like just me and him, but it was kind of weird because everybody else is kind of like, what's going on here? So I go, yeah, man. And then Spencer and I start talking, and at the risk of sounding, I don't know, at the risk of sounding superior, the circle of people around us, I mean, you all know what it's like, right? You've been to our streams, right? You're here. You're a member. It was like, they were like, what is going on right now? What are these two guys talking about, right? Because like Spencer and I were sitting there talking about like, we're just like, yeah, we're like, well, yeah, because the design constraints are so interesting because, I mean, if you even think about the card concept, I mean, I tell people all the time that it's not a board game. It fits on a card. It's the same thing as it being in the book. And Spencer's like, right, exactly. I go, but there's a unique design constraint that people don't really necessarily notice, but it's really interesting how it pushes the design space. And Spencer goes, exactly, it has to fit on a card. I go, yes, it has to fit on a card. And so that means that you have to tell the entire story of this mechanical ability in the space of a card, half a card if you include the art. And Spencer's like, right. So that means we have to cut to and everyone else is like, what is going on right now? What is being talked about? And that's just we were just tangenting. And it was really fun. And I didn't want to take up his whole evening. But we spent way too much time. Now, again, I don't want to put words in anybody's mouth, but I felt like the designers of Daggerheart have probably been talking to a lot of people who, quite frankly, don't know their game, or they just know a lot of D&D, or they're very, very D&D trad D20 coded. Not maybe necessarily from a PBTA background or something like that. And so I got the sensation that Spencer and Rowan were just really excited to talk to someone who actually really knew their game. So I thought that was, I thought that was, because again, I imagine there's a lot of people to whom these ideas of partial success or, an XY axis of, success and failure, opportunity, and a complication. That alone is a whole new thing. So, and that's great. I mean, I think that's where most of the audience is, right? You should meet the people where they're at. But I felt like it was an opportunity for them to kind of cut loose a little bit, and really, geek out with somebody who has understand what was going on with the game, or at least fundamentally some of the mechanics of it. By the way, I had another experience with this later in the trip, but not with Darrington Press. So it was cool. And again, they were really sweet and they were really nice and they were really awesome. And Darcy is an incredibly awesome person. She's the brand manager for Daggerheart specifically. And she was like, so I got a bunch of people's business cards, and, I don't know what that means for us or for the channel or anything like that. But it's cool. And, obviously I like the game, and I gave them a lot of feedback about the game, and I told them what I liked and what I didn't like. And, I talked about some of the things that I would hope to want to do to support the game and what they're doing. All that other stuff. So, and they were like, yeah, that's really, really cool. So it was neat. It was cool that we're all kind of on the same wavelength, and it was really, really fun. Fooster. Thank you. What did Fooster say? Fooster said, so you were saying they were Darrington impressed. Thank you for sharing this story. So cool. That is very funny, Fooster. But I don't know if I have a dum-bum. No, I don't think that's it. No, well, I don't think that's it. We did not get to why they didn't do 10. We didn't get to why they didn't do 12 levels. We didn't get into all the nitty-gritty. Again, I tried to look, I understood. By the way, thank you, Fooster, so much for that. That's a good joke, by the way. I have my pad here of sound effects, and I don't know. Horizon Thunderstare, Stream Deck, Sadrabones, Rimshot. No, I don't have a. Oh, here we go. There we go. Sorry. I knew I had it. I just didn't know which one it was. Yeah, so we didn't get super, super deep into it. It was more sort of a meta. And again, I didn't want to co-opt all their time. I was already felt like I was being super rude and super boorish. I mean, obviously they were being very nice about it. And so eventually, I excused myself and I went and talked to other people and other content creators, and I met some really cool, incredible people. Yeah, it was really, really neat. So had a lot of fun, made some good contacts. I'm going to be, talking with Spencer's people. I'm going to be talking with Darcy and hopefully trying to, get on the good graces of Darrington and, maybe do something, partner with them, do some stuff. Again, I told them the stuff that I'd like to do, what I'm planning on doing. We're doing the actual play, and I'd like to try my hand at coming up with cool ideas and supporting the game through their, through their Daggerheart community game license. And all that other stuff. So cool stuff. Had a lot of fun, and I think it's really exciting what they're doing. So all in all, A+. It was an incredible experience. Had a lot of fun. So that was my meeting with Darrington Press. Was I fanboying? I mean, Todd, if I had, again, I don't want to put words in people's mouth, but I felt like there was a mutual fanboyism between Spencer and I. I really appreciate and respect what he's doing and what him and Rowan and Elise are doing. And I really, I think they, at least Spencer, really, respects what I'm doing. The conversation about the GM screen did not come up at the dinner. So unfortunately, I kind of forgot. It slipped my mind. Am I saying that it's a 0%er? No, but hey, listen, again, going into GenCon, I was like, I want to figure out a way. Like if maybe somebody has one on the down low or like maybe someone's selling one and I don't have to buy it for $1,000. But if you had one, you'd sell it on eBay for $1,000. So, maybe someone just has randomly a GM screen, I would settle for that, but no, it didn't come up. So yeah, so that was Darrington. That was a lot of fun. It was a cool way to kick off the con. So that's how I spent my Thursday night after a really fun day where I spent way too much money buying a bunch of stuff. And that brought us into, the rest of the con. So, another story, which I'll tell, which I thought was a lot of fun, was Saturday was Kelsey Dion's birthday celebration. We had a couple people celebrating birthdays, including Mark Seifter, whose birthday it was. And Kelsey and Mike Putlack from Arcane Library had put together a list and had already invited people. So that way, it's already set up. They did a great job organizing and getting an invite list out to people, that they wanted to come and pre-ordering the food. It was almost all set up, so we didn't have to sit there and figure out what we're going to do in order. They even picked up the bill, so just super generous and super amazing. So just awesome. And for those of you keeping track at home, that meant that Thursday night I ate on Darrington Press's dime, and on Saturday night I ate on Kelsey Dion's dime. Oh, and just in case where there's any confusion about that, Tuesday night and Friday night I ate on Roll for Combat's dime. So again, people were really being generous and really taking care of me, and I am very, 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 very gracious to that because I spent too much money at the con, and your boy should be saving money. Extra money for the swag. So I went to Kelsey's birthday party, and people were, there was like a bunch of people there. Is Kelsey Shadowdark? Yes, Kelsey Dion is the author, designer of Shadowdark. So literally, Glenn, because where we had an Airbnb, and where I stayed, Glenn, was the couch. So I slept on the couch. So literally the couch. So yeah, Kelsey Shadowdark. So we go and we sit down, and there's like a couple different tables. And I see some people who I've seen, again, my sphere of influence has grown. Like I've had many conversations with, Professor DM and Baron DeRop, and I feel like we know each other fairly well. We Professor and I had a great conversation at dinner on Tuesday about watches, and that was pretty fun. It was pretty awesome. We got to nerd out about that. And but there were some other people that I had met before, but I hadn't really gotten a chance to really talk with. So at my table was besides like Baron, DeRop, and some other people, and of course Steven, who sat down only briefly because then he had to get up and be Mr. Cool Guy and float around and talk to everybody. So Kelsey had her table. Mike Merles was there. I was like, oh shit, Mike Merles is there. I never met Mike Merles. Well, I did get a chance to sit down and talk with him, but so I sit down at my table, and I'm sitting next to Trevor Duvall from Me, Myself, and Die, and more recently, The Broken Empires. And we had met very briefly, but we had never really had a chance to have a conversation. And after about 5 minutes, 10 minutes, Trevor's like, he's like, dude, we got to work together. You got to come on my show or something. I got to come on your show. I think Trevor is a nerd's nerd. This guy is deep in the cut. He goes deep. He knows everything. But I think Trevor was like, this guy can give me a run for my money. Like I was dropping, we were dropping games. Like, you know, it was almost like we weren't trying to one up each other. It was nothing like that. There was no ego stroking going on here. But I think he was genuinely surprised that like I knew as many systems as he did. And I knew all this. We started talking about Warhammer lore at one point, and we were going deep into Warhammer lore. And he was just like, it was almost like he's like, now he obviously he knows all this stuff, so he shouldn't be shocked. But he seemed shocked that somebody else knew as much as he did. And instead of being like challenged by it, he was like, what is this? Is this someone like? Have I finally met an equal? Like, you know. So it was cool. We really just jammed off of it. And obviously too, we very quickly got into the discussion about simulationism and simism and gamist narrativist, ideas. And I agreed that, when I was talking about my games and my game touch, and we were talking about Daggerheart and stuff like that. And I was saying that I'm like, in this gamist narrativist space, and Trevor said, and I'm not. And I said, exactly. I said, but I mean, I still backed the Broken Empires. And I've been kind of really, ever since Rick S. posted a video from this guy, I don't remember who it was, about Traveler. I've been back on sort of a Traveler kick again recently, or at least kind of thinking about Traveler. And we were talking about Traveler. And so it was really interesting because we were very clearly interested in different elements of the game, or of RPGs as a hobby, which isn't to say that Trevor is, he's not like he's some stranger to all the different types of games, but we definitely talked about the different of types of RPGs that we like. And it was really cool because even though we were coming at the games from different perspective, we still sort of met at this common point. And we were talking about Broken Empires. We were talking about some of his design challenges, and we were talking about different systems and things that he was thinking about stealing or thinking, borrowing or repurposing. And we were talking about some of the challenges involved with that. So it's a really cool game design conversations as well. And again, it was fun. It was fun to meet a friend and to have that sort of kindred spirit moment. Thanks to, Kelsey putting, together her group of friends. In fact, I felt bad because I didn't really get to make a lot of rounds at her birthday. I only really ended up talking to, aside from Trevor, it was JP near the end of the night, and briefly Mike Merles, who was having a conversation with Mr. Glicker. And so after sort of Trevor excused himself, I think he went to go talk to somebody else. I sat down with Steven and Mike, and I walked over and I said, Mr. Merles. And Steven says, oh, hey, Mike, this is Derik Melinda from Knights of the Last Call. He's got a small channel, but, he's got a very active community. And I said, Mr. Merles. And I go, the man, the myth, the legend. And he starts to smile. I go, the author of what some consider to be the designer of what some many consider to be the greatest game of all time. And I 100% think I was gonna thank him for 5e. And I go, now I didn't actually have the book with me. I go, Iron Heroes. And he goes, holy shit. And I go, yeah, man, Iron Heroes was like the best game system at the time. I loved it. I go, Iron Heroes, a variant player handbook. He goes, that's exactly right. He goes, oh my God. He goes, I don't think I've heard anybody come up to me about that game in like 20 years. And I said, well, I am. And I was talking about it, and I was like, oh yeah. I was like, Armiger, Executioner, Archer. And he's like, oh, wow. He's like, you really did know this. And I said, yeah, absolutely I did. We played it. And I said, in fact, the token pools from Draw Steel. He goes, yes, the token pools from Draw Steel are like exactly from the token pools from Iron Heroes. And I go, yes. He goes, no one else knows this because no one remembers that game. And I said, I do, buddy. So we were vibing real quick on like old Mike Merle stuff. And he started like really reminiscing about it. And he was really great. He was really fun. It was really cool. And I asked him about where he is now and what he's doing. And he's working with, in addition, with Edge Studio. So I was asking him about Legend of the Five Rings. And I was asking about, like, are we getting a Scorpion book? And, you know, when's the Unicorn book coming? You know, I poo-pooed Edge a little bit / Asmodee because they had a Unicorn book in a case, but you couldn't buy it, even though there was a print copy. And I was like, you know, you should, you know, how many jelly beans are in the jar? You know, come on, man, just let me have some. You know, I don't need to see it in a case. I need to buy it. So, it is my understanding that Merles is no longer with Chaosium. So I don't know if the work he did was, you know, whatever, but yeah, he's over at Asmodee now. But yeah, so that was really cool. Got great, you know, great conversation. And yeah, YouTube is not very happy right now. Don't know why. Let me try changing my setting. I think it's just that it's just like this time of night. All right. All right. Yeah, I mean, it could just be my internet, you know, who knows? Or it could be my router. I mean, who knows? I mean, like my lodge, so, or my node on the network. Whiplash Mitch Hedberg reference. Caught me off guard. Yeah. You know, I appreciate that. I appreciate you for noticing. Thank you, Stephen. It's YouTube. All right. Yeah, it's been going. Yeah, I mean, YouTube sometimes has it sometimes sucks. surprising. And then I had a great conversation with JP, and like I said, we talked about maps and we talked about map making, and that was a lot of fun. And we talked about his Kickstarter, and we talked about all that stuff, and it was a lot of fun. And I again, JP, one of the best channels on the YouTubes. Definitely check him out. He's doing some really cool stuff. It's funny. Somebody mentioned when I was talking about, GM Scott said Hackmaster. GM Scott, that was the system that I think made Trevor's mind break, because we were talking, and we were talking about initiative systems. And Trevor says, out of nowhere, he goes, I demoed a game in the hall today that really didn't have an initiative system. He goes, Hackmaster. And I go, yes, count up. And he goes, count up. I go, yeah, you know, 1, 2, you go, you move. And he goes, yes. And I go, and you was tracked by this threshold of pain. He goes, yes. He goes, how do you know that game? And I go, I know Hackmaster, man. What do you want me to know? What do you want me to say? And he's like, he was just like really, really blown away that I knew Hackmaster that well. But we agreed that it was really cool on paper. And he very quickly, because he's a super fucking pro, had assessed something that I assessed while playing it. He had never played it, but he's like, we had a referee, aka one of the people from, you know, Kenzerco, who was sort of overseeing the game, but each of the people playing was controlling their own PC. It was kind of like a arena, right? You weren't playing against the GM's, you know, minions. And one of the things that we came across or came about when we played Hackmaster is that it's really tough to track the count up and the stuff and all the countdowns when you have multiple monsters. It's easy to do it for your one PC, but once you start having to manage, you know, 4 or 5 or 6 different monsters, it is a lot of work, and it's kind of tough, you know. And so, again, he'd never even experienced that game. He just played the game. And he was able to quickly assess that out. And with that, kind of led into a conversation about simulationism and about, you know, basically, is the juice worth the squeeze? And what is that breaking point? And we were getting into the details of it. And there was another gentleman there, and I forgot his name. I'm sure he's some huge 5e or some huge indie game designer, and I apologize, I just don't remember his name. I don't, JP, if you remember who was also at my table with me and Trevor, I apologize. But he was like, I can't believe that there are games out there that are that complex. And we're like, oh yeah. Like, he's like, and like Baron DeRop was like, his mind was like melting. He was just like, what? Who would ever play this kind of game? And we're like, a lot of people. I mean, not a lot of people compared to D&D, of course, you know. Cephalopod. So Cephalopod said maybe Spencer can hook you up with some of those new giant duality dice for the AP. Well, Cephalopod, I will do you one better than that, because when I say open link. Nope, that's not it. There we go. I have been working with a patron who happens to make dice. And as a result, we have put together, per my specifications, a group, or I should say a set of giant-sized D12s with hyper contrast, extra large size numbers in the same color tone, purple and orange gold, that the hope and fear colors are. There's Aaron. Aaron is the person who is taking care of this. And so while these were made so basically I challenged them, and they have come through, which is I wanted something that looked aesthetically like the colors from the Daggerheart book, right? When we think about the collector's edition, when we think about the purple, the sort of purpley blue fear, and the sort of golden orange yellow hope. So I wanted that, but I also wanted them to be very visible, because I'm going to be running this as an actual play, and that means we're going to be using top-down cameras, and even if they're zoomed in, it could be a little tough. So Aaron and his wife took extra special care when they made them to, number one, increase the font size. We went for fonts that, sans serif, like really clear numbers. We changed the pigments a little bit so that contrast was as good as possible while still maintaining that aesthetic. They were polished to a certain sheen so that they won't reflect light. So they're a little bit, I guess you would say, duller in some ways than maybe they would ordinarily be, if they were normally resin. Because that way they won't reflect glare as much. So these are really hyper customized for running and playing, on an actual play. So while that's awesome, I see people saying, "Oh, when can I get them?" or "How can I buy them?" I can say that Aaron, I believe, is sending me some extra copies, and we'll probably be giving some away. So I don't know what they're going to... So Aaron says, we will have some available to everyone at some point. So there you go. They're still working on it. So there you go. That's the from the man himself. Switchback Channel says, I like them. They feel like a simple and clean version of the official dice. Yeah, I mean, I saw that they dropped those Daggerheart dice today. They look very pretty and they're very beautiful. But, they're not what I would call a tier 1 dice. Now, to be clear, these are not tier 1 or a tier 0. A tier 0 dice can only be given to black and white dice. So tier 0 dice are like the dice, right? One of my goals with this was to create something that was aesthetically pleasing while still maintaining what I would consider to be a tier 1 status. These were Derik's arbitrary dice ranking of readability. I like the ones from Darrington. They're pretty and they're big. So, but they're still a little swirly and they have some weird symbols. And so I have to give them like a tier 2 status. And I didn't want tier 2 dice for my actual play. I'm sure they would work fine at a table. But for my purposes, I view dice as a tool first, and they should look pretty second. And if you have a pair of dice and you can't fucking read them, what is the point of them? So anyways, so we have some pretty... I am right there with you. I get it. It's good branding, but man, is it annoying. It is. It just is. So I don't like symbols on dice either. So that's why, one of the things that Aaron asked me when they were putting these dice together was, do you want the 12 to be the KOLC logo? And I said, no. I said, no, I don't. I get that it could be good branding, but no, fuck it. I want them to be 12, Now, to be clear, okay, so Black Lodge, we may disagree. I don't mind proprietary dice like Genesis dice or Legend of the Five Rings dice because those are specifically designed for that. So I actually may not completely agree with you on that. I don't mind symbols for games that are specifically proprietary symbols. What I don't like is a game that is numerical and then replaces one of the sides with weird symbols, like the 1 and the 6 and the whatever, Yeah, the 0 frequently on the 10, the 6 on the 6, the 20 on the D20, right? So anyways, because I love. Now, what about Dragons and Demons? Now, to be clear, Kendall, the people at Free League are really, really smart, right? Because they managed to figure out a way to turn the 20 into a demon's horns and the 1 into a dragon. So they kind of got the best of both worlds, right? Yeah, Hero Quest dice are fine, Dr. Stevel, because you're like, oh, it's a symbolic game. You're not looking for numbers, right? They're just what they are, So, yes, exactly. You never noticed that? You got to check your set? Oh, yeah. Hold a sec. Free League, Dragonbane, dice. Let me see if we can find some here. Okay, well, so like this is the, this is the 1. That's the dragon, which is the 1. But you can see that the dragon, right? It's clearly a 1. It's a number 1 with wings, right? And then do we have the demon? I don't know if they have there's the demon. Okay. And then the 20, which is the demon. Right? It's the demon skull, but its horns make a 20. So that's some sick graphic design. So there you go. That's how Free League managed to get around with it. So yeah, they were smart about it. So that was pretty cool. This D6 is numbers 1 through random symbol. Yeah, those were, because also I'm like, how do I know that this person didn't make the 1 a symbol or the 6 a symbol? Like, how am I supposed to know what it is? Like it's crazy. But yeah, Free League. Free League makes some really nice stuff. I made several posts throughout the channel about Free League. So another story, which speaking of Free League, so on Friday, I stopped by. On Friday, I stopped by the Free League booth. I had wanted to pick up a collector's edition of the core rules, and they were sold out. So, unfortunately, they might have sold out on Thursday for all I know, but they were sold out on Friday when I stopped by the booth to pick up the collector's editions. This beautiful red color cover. Not that the original one isn't pretty, but so I stopped by, and who do I see perusing the Dragonbane table at the Free League booth? But Chris Perkins and Jeremy Crawford. So I came over and I basically said something like, I'm like, be careful. I said something like, be careful. I'd hate to. I said something like, be careful. I'd hate to see you guys jump to another game. And they laughed and they're like, oh, don't worry. We're already Free League fanboys. And I said, oh, that's awesome. And then we started geeking out about Dragonbane, and we talked about the One Ring, and we talked about the incredible value of the Free League box set and of the Dragonbane box set. And we talked about how awesome Free League was. And we were just really enjoying it. And we were having a lot of fun. And then somehow the conversation turned to Dragon and Dungeon magazine, which Chris used to be the editor for. And we just both, I know, obviously I was a subscriber to both those magazines for, pretty much most of the 90s, into the 2000s when they eventually canceled it, circa 2008. And a lot of good memories with that. And so we all just, we're sharing art, we're talking about some of our favorite articles and favorite comics, some of our favorite adventure writers from Dungeon, and some of the great articles, some of the legendary articles from Dragon Magazine, and the Gary Gygax Up on a Soapbox article, monthly article, and just talking about the experience of that magazine and how it was so critical and important to, kind of the lifeblood of the game. Back in a time when you just didn't have the deluge of content that we get today through the internet and Drive-Thru RPG. Getting that Dragon and Dungeon magazine was like your drip, of new sort of micro content and stuff like that. It was like what we had before we had zines and itch.io and stuff like that. So it was really awesome to kind of get to talk to them. They were out being civilians and they were like, browsing. I didn't want to ask them for a picture, so I didn't. But I did get to have a cool moment with Jeremy and Chris, and we got to talk about that. And I didn't really bring up Darrington or anything like that, but it was a cool little conversation to have there. Considering that the next night I would end up talking to Mike Merles. So there's like, man, Chris, Jeremy, Mike Merles. It was like, we were just hitting all the bigwigs from 5e, which of course I'm not the biggest 5e fan. Again, it's fine, but I'm not like a fanboy of it. But it was still really, really fun, and it was really, really cool to get to talk to those people and have those conversations. So, yeah, I mean, outside of that, I stopped by, a patron had stopped by Burning Wheel, and I had talked to Luke and Tor and was talking about that, and they saw that, they're like, oh, Night's the Last Call. And they're like, oh, yeah, Derik, tell Derik to stop by. And so I stopped by, and, Luke was like, oh, hey, he was really excited. Then he had a friend, like an old friend from like the Forge days come by, and he kind of politely excused himself out of the conversation. But I talked to Tor for like a good 15, 20 minutes. GM Scott chatted up the Sunday crew to them. And Tor was telling me about because he apparently had seen or whatever one of the episodes, and he was talking about like the falling down the well was like really cool. And he's like, that was perfect. That was awesome torchbearer experience. And we were just like getting into it and, having fun, talking about my experiences with the game and some of the, how unique it's been seeing the game through other people's eyes and playing two different groups in the same dungeon and the same campaign world and kind of trying to fuck each other over. And, he was just like, I love every part of this. It's like very Western marches, very Western marches coded, and loved it. So it was a really fun conversation. And I love it when, again, most game designers are very, very, very legitimate and rightfully so. And they're very excited to talk to people. But, for me, it's cool when you can tell a game designer a story about what kind of experience their game generated, and see them physically have a reaction. And so I'm like, even though I'm sure they get this all the time, it's cool that even after hearing it probably thousands of times from thousands of people, that you can tell them a story. And I'm, sometimes, by the way, sometimes I watch people and somebody's telling them a story and I could tell the reactions, they're being polite. They're not, it's the class. Like, look, we've all been there, right? Don't tell me about your character. That kind of, sentiment, which isn't necessarily true, but sometimes it's a little bit true. But when you tell somebody a cool story and that you tell them about an experience that you had because of their game, or that their game allowed you and your friends to experience this new thing, this novel thing, I think that's that's why they are in this business. It's so that they can have that moment of being like, wow, JP says, nah, man, tell me about your character always. JP, I think we're just too young to the game, man. I think, after 10 years, I think we'll be jaded, grizzled vets. But you know what? Actually, I believe JP, truthfully, that he would always want to hear about your character. Yeah, so it was awesome, and it was cool that they got to experience some fun times by proxy from our event. It was cool too that he had, people had been telling him about the show and on our Sunday crew, and I was like, oh, maybe I should send him like a link or something to our Saturday crew, which of course is behind our Patreon paywall. But so yeah, it was a really fun time. I mean, I talked to so many other people. I got to pester Andrew Fisher from. I got to pester Andrew Fisher, the lead designer of the Cosmere RPG, about because we had some Cosmere stands, right, in our comments and in our chat, who weren't necessarily. I won't say they weren't like angry, but they weren't happy that I had some problems or some issues with the Cosmere RPG. So one of them was like, well, you're going to be at Gen Con. Why don't you just go talk to Andrew Fisher, or, go talk to the lead designer? And I was like, okay, I will. So I found him. I tracked him down, and we hung out over in Brother Wise's, not in their con hall booth, but in their room. I think it was like 146 or something, like on the other side of the event hall, or the other side of the convention center, outside of the exhibit hall. And I talked to someone from Brother Wise, and then he was like, oh, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, oh, well, let me go get Andrew. And so Andrew came over, and Andrew and I talked for like 30 minutes about Cosmere RPG. We talked about Plot Weaver. We talked about why the game has a plot die and why two sides of it are blank. So, we got into some of the details, some of the nitpicks that I had during the first look stream. I asked him straight up, I kind of grilled him on it a little bit. I started by saying, like, I know Max Brook was like a co-designer or additional design credits for Cosmere. Max Brook the lead designer for Legend of the Five Rings 5th edition. Vin says, give us the deets. Okay, so here's what he said. Here are the two main reasons. The first, and he said they kind of both apply. The first is, they found that if the plot die always generated a event, whether it be an opportunity or a complication, then it felt less random and more like when you chose to say, up the stakes, right, and include the plot die, that you were guaranteeing there was going to be some sort of complication or opportunity in this role. And it felt to them like, since mostly the GM is the one who will decide whether you get that or not, although a player can obviously, make their case to be included. The thing is, the complications add bonuses to your D20, making you more likely to succeed. And the opportunities can turn hits into critical hits. They can let you recover your stamina or your fatigue or whatever it's called in that system. They can let you aid another player for free. And so if the die always get, and yes, complications obviously have a downside, but mechanically they do give you a bonus to your D20 and they make you more likely to succeed because you're adding +2 or +4 or whatever. And in a game where your starting trait might be like +2, +3, exactly, Z. So if there were no blanks, then you're basically saying this die is always kind of in a weird way good. And so, and then does it really become random in that case? And, part of the reason we roll dice is because we don't know what kind of outcome we're going to have. And so they said originally they actually had 2 additional symbols on the blank side and they got rid of it. So the second reason was that originally those 2 blank sides did have symbols, and they keyed them to Okay, so the reason why there's blanks is because it gives them additional design space. Now, not a lot of people know this because I said, oh, like the Ishiken from Legend of the Five Rings. And he goes, yes, like the Ishiken. So the Ishiken are the void mages of the Phoenix clan. And they, kind of like work with the nothingness of the void or whatever. And not a lot of people know this, but in Legend of the Five Rings, of course he knows this because he knows Legend of the Five Rings. In Legend of the Five Rings, when you roll your dice, the weird dice with all the symbols, there is a side of the die that is completely blank, right? It means that it doesn't give you any successes. It doesn't give you any opportunities. It's just a dead die. Revolt. Well, this class, these void mages, actually get their benefits from when you roll the blanks. So the reason why there are 2 blanks is because it's design space. Originally, they included a symbol on there that some class features would key off of. Okay? So it's a sort of mechanical option. Yes, inversions. Thaddeus, exactly. The inversions. Yeah, exactly. That's exactly right. So, JP, I had an excellent Gen Con. I don't know if you're going to be at PAX U or PAX West or, whatever. But if you are, I will make sure to stop by and say hi. By that time, I should have Dragon Town, and I will certainly be gushing you to it and maybe bring it along, try to get you to sign it or something like that. So thank you, JP. What's up, Agile Monk? Yes, you will have to listen to it later. But thank you. I'm glad you're here. Yeah, YouTube hates us. What can I say, Agile Monk? So originally, they had symbols on there, and sometimes classes and sometimes certain talents would trigger off of that symbol. But the problem they had, it was kind of like the bonus action problem in 5e, is that when people would roll the symbol, but then they didn't have a class talent or a class feature that did anything with that symbol, they felt like they got kind of screwed. So what they decided to do was remove that symbol and leave it blank. And then in the future, as a game design space, they can potentially include something that says, like, as a class mechanic or as a talent tree, like, if you roll a blank on the opportunity dice, do this, do that, right? Do this, do that. So it's kind of like a design space where they can maybe have things trigger off of those blank spaces without putting a symbol there that will make people think that that symbol should do something, even if they don't have a talent that could actually do something with that symbol. Does that make sense? It made sense to me. I don't know if it makes sense to you guys, but it's like when somebody tells you that you get a bonus action, you're like, cool, I do something. You're like, well, do you have an ability that gives you something to do with your bonus action? And you're like, no. And you're like, well, then you can't take the bonus action. And you're like, well, so what, I have it, but I can't use it? And it's like, yeah. So it makes a lot of sense to me. It's very psychologically driven. Yes, it shows that they play tested this game and that when they originally had a symbol on it, people were like, they felt bad that they rolled a symbol that did nothing for them just because they didn't have a talent that keyed off of it. So now they can leave it blank. You'll be like, oh, I didn't get anything. But then if you do have one of those talents, that I could trigger off of it. I did not get to try Vagabond from Indestructible Boy. In addition, Rodrigo, Indestructible Boy was at Kelsey's Saturday dinner. And I didn't get to talk to him, unfortunately. He left before I made my rounds, so I didn't actually get to talk to Indestructible Boy at all, unfortunately. Sad. I like Indestructible Boy. Thank you, Agile Monk, for 7 months with the adventure. Thank you for all you do for this channel, Derik, and thanks to the community. Agile Monk. So, us here at Knights of Last Call, we like to do stuff for our community. Agile Monk was kind of laid up, and not feeling great, and they had a limited edition release at GenCon, and Agile Monk asked me to pick up a book for him. So we have the Pendragon Magnum Opus edition that was available. I do believe it sold out by, I think, by Friday, I think. But I was able to pick it up before the hall even opened. I may have been Chaosium's first sale, actually. So this might have been the very first thing that Chaosium sold at GenCon 2025. And I'm going to be sending this over to our friend Agile Monk, who is a obvious Pendragon fan. So this is celebrating 50 years of Chaosium, founded in 1975 to 1925. So anyways, very cool, very neat book. And shout out to Agile Monk. That will be shipping that out here in a day or two. No, it's not Beowulf. So the other thing that we talked about, Andrew Fisher and I, is I said, okay, fine, cool, stop. Let's talk about ranges. Okay, we're kind of getting on a little bit of a tangent here of Cosmere RPG, but for those of you who do not remember, the game lets you generate opportunities and complications by rolling the D6, the plot die, which you can add sometimes. The GM will add it when they want to raise the stakes, or if the player feels like this is an important moment and they sort of advocate for the die to be included and raise the stakes. And very sometimes a ability or mechanical ability will say you can add the plot die. But the game also can generate opportunities and complications through the rolling of a 20 or a 1, but not really just a 20 or 1. It's your opportunity range and your threat range. This may sound familiar to the people who played 3rd edition or Pathfinder 1, which means that the default range is just 20 and 1, but it can be expanded. And I basically said, why the fuck did you do that? Like, it seems crazy that you would have these two different sort of levers to generate opportunities and complications. And it also seems kind of crazy because the opportunity and the complication things seem so fiddly. Andrew's answer to me, straight up. They don't expect the GM to ever be changing the threat ranges, the opportunity ranges, or the complication ranges on the fly during play. The GM is either going to award the plot die or not. The reason why those ranges are there is because they wanted to give their designers levers that had more granularity to make certain talents potentially more appealing, rather than just saying, add a plot die. Plus, this way, you can give a talent that can give you a benefit that isn't just add a plot die, because the GM might already have added the plot die because this is an important role, right? So this way, a talent, a mechanical talent, can say something like, when you, I don't know, when you're trying to make friends or something like that, when you're trying to smooth people over with your good looks, your opportunity range is 16 to 20 on your D20. And that way, if the GM also raises the stakes and gives you the D6 plot die, it's not like stepping on that toe. And you kind of don't have like the double advantage problem from 5e. But the mechanics also give the designers the ability to sort of go tweak, tweak, tweak. Maybe it should be 17. Maybe it should be 15. Maybe it should be 14. You can't do that with the plot die. The plot die is just the plot die. So it's there so that they can sort of satisfy some of the mechanical game crunch that is needed by the talent trees. And give their designers some tools to work with. And he admitted it was a little fiddly, but it's an opt-in fiddliness, right? Because if you have that ability, it's because you chose to take it. Fair. And then again, the idea that the GM really should not be adjudicating opportunity and complication ranges on the fly. The GM should just be deciding to, add a plot die or to give them disadvantage or advantage, right? Because that's still like D20, where the GM can do that. So that way they're not like fiddling over. Oh well, I think you should have an opportunity range of 17 to 20 on this roll. No, leave that to mechanics, right? Leave that to feats, basically, or what I think they're called talents in that game. So yeah, That was the bulk of my conversation with Andrew Fisher. I think we also talked about like some of the challenges about the plot weaver system and how do you make it more generic. And then we also talked about the plot die a little bit. And Andrew very openly said it is kind of a tool to railroad your PCs, and not like in a bad way, which is, it's called the plot die. But when I say railroad, what I mean is the GM can signal to the party that the shit they're doing isn't important by not adding the plot die. So when the party is going and doing something and it's just kind of fuffing around, the GM is like, no, we're not raising the stakes for it. Like, you don't get the D6. And then when the party is actually taking meaningful steps towards advancing their goals and their objectives or the plot or the adventure or the arc or whatever, then the GM can bring back the plot die and it's kind of like a Pavlovian thing to do that, right? So it's really the not FBT die. GM Scott, yes, that's actually kind of how he described it to me. So Z says, I will say the subtle, not including the plot die is a cool idea to nudge the player. I will say the subtle, not including the plot die is a cool idea to nudge the players in the right direction. Elia says, shouldn't they decide what's important to them? They should, which is why there's no hard and fast rule about it, just guidelines. But fundamentally, the creators of this game, I still believe, the game is written by a novelist. It's written by Brandon Sanderson. I would expect of all people who are like, we want our stories to move forward and to tell meaningful stories, would probably be very interested in sort of moving shit along, right? I hate the plot die even more. It's not for everybody, Elaine, And again, we talked about that. We said, it's also very easy for the GM to not use the plot die and kind of avoid it. If the party is really, D20s, 5e D&D coded, where they come in and they just go, nope, I want to roll D20 with advantage or disadvantage. I want to add my strength or my intelligence or whatever it's called in this system, willpower instead of wisdom, and then add my skill proficiency ranks instead of a proficiency. It's just the number of dots. And it's like, okay, this is just basically D20. And we kind of, maybe we don't really use the plot die, except for very, very, very rarely. And it's a really nice, easy, smooth transition because a lot of people, I've seen this for years, decades with 2D20, with 2D, with Dungeon World, where people's brains break in half when the game asks them to come up with a complication or an opportunity. And maybe they do it the first time, but then the second time they go, I don't know. So one of the cool things, I guess, about Cosmere is if you really can't think of any opportunities and you really can't think of any complications, or maybe you just don't want to be thinking about opportunities and complications right now, then just don't fucking roll the plot die, right? And you'll avoid that. Now, obviously, they could still roll a 20, and they could still roll a 1. But I think a lot of people are more used to that. They feel more comfortable with that because they're like, oh, if you rolled a 20, it means you rolled really well. And if you rolled a 1, it means you rolled really low. So, you slip on a banana peel, right? The whole classic fumble crap shit. And then if you roll 20, you're like, oh, cool, you obviously succeeded, and we'll upgrade it to a critical hit. Or, you're filled with renewed vigor, and, you clear a point of stress or fatigue. I can't remember what it's called in Cosmere. So, yeah. Let me see here. I'm just trying to catch up with some of the things here. Plot die seems more GM-facing and ranges more player-facing. Switchback channel, yes, because most of the things that are going to give you the ranges are through your talents, and that means you're opting into them by choosing them. And the plot die, well, players can advocate for it, and to be included, it is fundamentally a tool under the GM's guide, under the GM's guidance, Oh, that makes more sense now. I sort of bagged on the game during the earlier stream, but that makes sense. Yes. I mean, you may not necessarily like the design decisions that they made, which is fair, but they made them for, I think, a good reason. And their reasoning, after speaking with Andrew especially, sort of made sense to me. True Zipperfest. And, I don't necessarily know how passive aggressive you should be with this, but, you might be like, yeah, guys, we can make that roll. That's fine. But, just to let you guys know, like, we're not raising the stakes on this. This really isn't that important. And true to form, Elia says, bleh. I do think Cosmere is a bit drama and dragons. It is not, I don't think it's there for Sandbox, Now, Elder Goblin Games asks a great question. It does say, only use plot die on important roles. Shouldn't all roles be important? And Elder Goblin Games, that was the point I made during the live stream. But apparently, I am an idiot. And apparently, I don't know, even though I've been playing RPGs for 33 years, how RPGs work. And apparently, the way RPGs work is players are uncontrollably unable to resist themselves from rolling for every little thing. And apparently they were taught this by Critical Role, where they insisted on rolling for, quote, every little thing. And apparently GMs are in love with making players make endless, pointless rolls because that's why we have dice and that's why we have mechanics. That's news to me, but apparently that's just the way it is. I missed that memo, but, it is what it is. You mean tell that to Chris McDowell? You mean the guy who just won all the Ennies? What would he know about role-playing games? Chris McDowell was also at that dinner. Shout out to Mythic Bastionland, which won a bunch of Ennies, by the way. What's up, Cal? Cal says...
Darrington tipped $5. I made this character sheet in Excel, inspired by the Wild Sea one. I shared it in the channel, but for those that missed it, this might make some virtual games easier. I opened it to you.
Very cool. I think I saw it. Was it for Daggerheart, Cal? Or was it for Mythic Bastionland? I think it was for Daggerheart. If you posted one for Daggerheart, I think I saw it. I think I already saw it. Yeah, Daggerheart. Let's take a look. Okay, cool. You sent it to me. Hopefully this will work. Consider resizing your browser window. Cool. Let me show this real quick. So that was our old one. Here we go. So Cal put together a virtual sheet. This is the master. I haven't saved it and shared it, but looks like it updates your armor slots, checks it, updates your max hit points, your severe thresholds, your gold, has all of this. Over here on the cards tab, we have all the SRD cards. Pretty cool. Or are these all just the level 1 ones? Oh, I see. It says cards 1. This looks pretty cool. I'm gonna have to check this out. Oh, I see. You can drag the cards. I know this probably won't let me because it's the master copy. Yeah. Yeah. Very cool. Sick. So I think Cal posted this in our Daggerheart channel, by the way, for patrons who want to check a look at that. Cal, that's sweet. Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Shout out. Yeah, not this stream. We did another stream, Elder Goblin Games, about Cosmere. We actually did 2 streams. They were like 5 hours and 5 hours or something. Cosmere seems somehow not simulationist enough for someone like Elia, and not narrative enough for someone like me. Yeah. I mean, I talked with Andrew, and we talked about Daggerheart, and I agree. He agreed that I was like, and on the spectrum of super hyper tactical and super hyper narrativist, right? PBTA or whatever. That Daggerheart is definitely closer to PBTA, and Cosmere is, closer to trad 20. And that's good because that means that there's a reason that those games exist. There's a reason that you might pick Daggerheart over Cosmere. Now, Cosmere's additional problem, if you want to call it that, it's a problem for me, is that it is hyper Cosmere coded. Right? So now that may change when they come out with Plot Weaver. But in the meantime, that the additional aspect of that is it's not just a simply decision of being like, I want to play D&D, but I want to have some more interesting character choices in building, which it clearly does through the talent system. And I want to be able to add in this sort of additional access to action resolution in the form of complications and opportunities vis-a-vis the plot die and or these opportunity and complication ranges. But it is, it's not just that simple decision because you're also buying into 1,800-pound full plate armor and fabrials and marks and surges and radiant knights and the whole shebang. So we'll see what happens when Plot Weaver come out. Now, but again, I'm glad that they occupy different, niches in that respect. So about that Draw Steel. Well, to be honest with you, Hard Bushido, I have not looked at Draw Steel since last year when we played whatever beta that was, right? The one with the tower adventure. Me and the gang at Knights of Last Call, we played it. We talked about it. We talked about our experiences and what we liked and what we disliked, and I haven't really followed along on the game's development since then. I've been a patron of MCDM the whole time. Haven't really read his updates. I've watched maybe one video, not really read anything from, James Entricasso. So this will be actually kind of a first look for me tomorrow. So we're going to look at that tomorrow. But tomorrow, I mean today. So Tuesday. Tuesday night, our usual 7 p.m. stream is going to be Draw Steel, Player's Guide, digging in. And Aaron, I mean, if you want to raise the stakes a lot, you can. I will say that we didn't see it because, they priced out every single thing into their PDFs. So you have to buy everything individually. I don't know if you could buy this. Apparently, I got to handle it in person, but apparently it comes with the actual box set. There is a opportunity deck, and there is a complication deck, and it's a cool option for people who struggle with that type of thing. And it may not necessarily always fix all of your problems because you might be like, shit, how the fuck am I supposed to incorporate this? But it's a random list of cards that kind of gives like a combat opportunity, a non-combat opportunity, and then maybe like a miscellaneous one. Or maybe it's like a combat opportunity, like a social opportunity, and then like a miscellaneous opportunity. And then the complications are the same thing. A combat complication, a social complication, and then sort of a miscellaneous complication. And that way, if you do roll an opportunity, you can just draw from the deck. If you really can't think of something, I look through them. Beautiful. They actually look like Daggerheart cards. Beautiful art. Great art. Occupying the top half. Bottom half just has text. But it's not like super long. It's not super mechanical. It's just sort of an idea. And I was like, holy shit, that's, awesome. So I thought that opportunity deck and complication deck were actually really, really cool. And I kind of regret that we didn't see that in the core book because it wasn't in the core book. It's this random additional thing that they included. And apparently you don't get it with the core game. So yeah. But yeah, John says rolling dice is just the nature of D&D players. A Pumpkin says, I have to keep my players from constantly rolling perception checks and knowledge checks. My players know that any roll they make doesn't count unless I ask for it first. It took years of training, but it's great now. Pumpkin says it is a struggle. Yeah, Mythic Bastionland sold out, by the way, at GenCon. They were completely sold out, obviously. After they won the ENnie, it was sold out completely. So I was very happy to have my my copy. Todd, who kind of represents the other side of the fence, says, a lot of those non-dice rolling games gather dust for a reason. Shots fired, Todd. But Todd's got a point. I mean, there's a reason that some of these D&D games and Pathfinder 2 games are undoubtedly, the most popular games. Apparently, a lot of people have people rolling for stuff, and they didn't even get called for it, You should reach out. I'm sure they'll replace it. You really should. Oh, cool. I was kind of busy because I was trying to monitor the audio and the video at the same time because I unexpectedly, I was supposed to be working the booth while that was going on. But yeah, I'm curious, Elder Goblin, what do you think about the decision, or whatever, if you want to call it that, announcement, decision, for Deathbringer to be a sort of a variant, I guess they would call it that, right? I would call it a variant of Shadowdark rather than its own thing. I'm just curious what you thought of that and what you thought about their explanation and what you thought about what they were talking about. Yes, and then there's Draw Steel, Woodland Fellowship. Draw Steel is obviously moving in a different direction, right? From, if you think 5e is in the middle, you have like narrativism over here, right? Cosmere is moving a little bit. Daggerheart is moving a lot of bit, but Daggerheart I also feel like is moving up a little bit into the gamist sphere that sort of, powers, 4e version of the game. Draw Steel is very clearly moving up in that direction. And is really trying to, become more gamey in that respect and really focus on cool tactical combat. Hey, what's up, Jess? She's traveling back in time. Yeah, I got to hang out with Jess a bunch at the booth. That was a lot of fun. Jess, I did post this on, I think. Jess drew my Pathfinder 2 character, Flux, my nanite swarm ooze creature from the future who is actually a weapon mass destruction from a past technologically advanced race, aka Grey Goo, and absorbs Eldamon into its biological manite matrix and then can modify and mogrify its form to form that Eldamon in order to enter a battle form. AKA, I kill the Eldamon, absorb its essence, and then I shape change into it. But mechanically, I'm an Eldamon trainer. Did I ask about Sperm Spren? No, I did not ask about Sperm Spren. Oh, very cool, Edgemont. I didn't get to do any of that during GenCon because I was so busy at GenCon, and I was like, the dead can wait. Like the PDF is going to be there when I get back home. I'm home now, so I'll have time to go through it. I wanted to focus on the people that were there and, that I could talk to. Matt Colville, not at GenCon, so I didn't get to talk to him. Take care, Thaddeus. Yeah, Thaddeus, we also have to cover the Old World GM Guide. I did get to take a look at the copy that they had at GenCon. I wasn't allowed to take any pictures of it, so that will be being picked up on PDF, and we'll be looking through that as well. Oh, very cool. You ordered the Opportunity deck to use with Daggerheart. I think that's very clever. Combine, use the Opportunity deck and the Complication deck from one game and use it in a different game. Good morning, Lawful Catic Neutral. Triangle Agency also got some wins, Honor. I don't know a ton about it other than the generic knowledge that I have about most RPGs. But I know that there is a vocal contingent within the Patreon Discord who is trying to get that promoted to get a first look. Black Lodge, answering my question, says, a Deathbringer being a Shadowdark product was an excellent idea. It will strengthen both. And I agree. I think with Roll for Combat, working with Michael Putlak from Arcane Library to do their monsters in Shadowdark format, I think Shadowdark is really trying to carve out its own micro ecosystem and to just be more than just a game, but to be this kind of, to be an ecosystem that other people, kind of play with. And I told a story, or I told my belief at Tuesday when we went to dinner. Kelsey wasn't there, but Baron was there and Professor was there. And Michael Putlak was there from Arcane Library. And I told them that I believe that the reason Shadowdark is being popular right now is the same reason basic D&D was popular in the 80s. A lot of people have fond memories of D&D from the 80s, but what they really have fond memories of is this, right? And they have fond memories of this, this 36, I think it is, if you exclude the GM part. Monsters, encounters. I was way off. It's 22 pages of player-facing stuff. So, it's 22 pages. So this, to me, now remember, this came out, Basic actually came out, I think, in like 1980, 1979 or something like that, right? This was an update of the OD&D by J. Eric Holmes, and then BX-D&D, which most people know of when they think of D&D, right? The magenta box set. This came out in 81. Well, remember, AD&D, right, came out before that and at the same time. So, AD&D was out first, and people had already been playing sort of some of the advanced stuff. But basic D&D came out later, especially BECME, which came out in like 83 or something. But basic outsold, it's my understanding. Basic outsold AD&D in the 80s. So a lot of people associate D&D with basic. So I think Shadowdark is the basic D&D of the 5e D&D, generation. And now, granted, the timelines are not exactly right in that, obviously 5e D&D has been out for 10 years. AD&D was out for like a couple of years before basic came out. But I do think that there are people who are kind of like, this is what I think of when I think of D&D. Because remember, when J. Eric Holmes wrote basic D&D, he was trying to sort of harken back to the OD&D from 1974 and try to get back to that really simple version of it. And it turns out that was very popular with a lot of people. And basic D&D, again, to my knowledge, outsold that. So I don't know. I'm not like a D&D historian, as some folks might be, although I have read a lot of those books. But yeah, so I think Shadowdark is fulfilling a similar role. And I think that's why it's so popular. For people who want to play D&D, they just don't want to, deal with all the sub actions and, sub actions to the action, to the activities and the rules for this and the rules for that and the rules for this and choose that and hundreds of spells, thousands of spells. Make sure you keep up with this errata. Like that's just too much work for them and they don't want to do it, Z says, I'm happy that we have Daggerheart and Draw Steel, 2 games for my 2 different moods. I will say my sense is that those games cover a lot of space. I will say what they do not cover well is simulationism. But I think in a modern, if we wanted to go only with games that are coming out basically this year, in theory, if you ended up playing Daggerheart, Draw Steel, and Broken Empires, I think you could cover all of your bases. all GNS can be covered, I think, mostly, without getting too far to the extremes, right? Draw Steel isn't 4th edition D&D. Daggerheart isn't Monster Hearts. It's not, The Quiet Year, right? And Broken Empires is not, it's a sim-like game, right? Broken Empires is not Rollmaster, right? It is not, RuneQuest, right? It's not this like super sim game, right? So it's kind of like if you imagine the extremes of the GNS triangle and you sort of move in, if you sort of put a circle in that triangle, you're avoiding those really extreme points of the triangle and you're sort of in a more sort of central location, So Elder Goblin Games continued. I totally get it. Makes sense. Compatible with all OSR adventures. Already has a thriving community that's very enthusiastic. It feels just different enough of a mode of play. Leaning into death and keeping players from being too precious with characters while not asking them to convert to a whole new game. And I completely agree with that. That's an excellent take. Did Daggerheart have any deluxes? They did not. In fact, War Historian, they had a cap on how many they sold each day after the first day where they almost sold out. In fact, before the hall even opened on Thursday, so before the hall opened, so before 10 a.m. Thursday, they had a line at their booth from vendors who are trying to buy their copy of Daggerheart. And Darrington Press said after they sold and they said, guys, I'm sorry, we can't sell you all. We have to keep these for, like, you know, the actual quote unquote customers. And so they did that. And then I think they got a couple, maybe they got some more in during the course of the con because they were able to refill by Saturday, but then they were completely sold out. And I don't think they had any on Sunday. So they definitely did not have any deluxes. I do find it interesting that both Daggerheart and Drawsteel land in a similar space of the GM director having meta currencies to spend on doing cool shit. Fear/mouse. I'm excited to see the first look tomorrow. I'm excited to take a look, Woodland Fellowship. But yeah, I mean, it is a useful tool, you know. Interesting. Colville gives off vibes that he hates being famous and no longer goes to conventions. Sure, I can respect that. Edginess is so lame in TTRPGs, Derik. Oh, yes, sometimes maybe. Kyle would love to see the first look of the Triangle Agency. Well, I know Ryan Dale from our Patreon is trying to get it promoted for a first look. Black Lodge also agrees. It's absolutely BX modern. Fantastic. Beck Me was your first, quickly followed by second edition. Yeah, so I started with the Black Box Basic, which came out in like 91. When did that come out? 1977, 81, 83, 91. Yeah, so that was my box set, 91, which is the same year they published the Rule Cyclopedia. Honor, I did see. In fact, if you looked, Honor, at the beginning before our thing went live, we had a poll, which was like, what are you most interested in, you know, and about the news from Gen Con. And number 4 was Glass Cannon Network doing Shadowdark. Elaine, thank you for the $10 super chat. I'm sorry, I was trying to get through the chat here. I bought Drawsteel, but I'm waiting for Derik to tenderize it for me tomorrow. All right, Elaine. Well, I'm excited to dive into it. I will caveat it by saying right now, in my headspace, super tactical, grid-based miniature combat is not where I'm at in my soul. Ironically, maybe, I do want to get back into wargaming. I want to play some Kings of War or some one-page rules. I don't think I want to start playing 40K or something like that again, but maybe I do want to play some more skirmish-style games. Maybe some older games like the old Lord of the Rings skirmish games. And I really want to get back into painting. And when you're a good motivation to paint is playing, so that way you get to play with your cool minis that you painted, and you don't want to play with gray pieces of shit, so you paint them. That's kind of where my mindset is right now. It's like, if I want to do that, I want to do that. I want to play a war game, and I want to have rules that are specifically designed for a war game, and I want the game to be balanced, right? Like, you can win, I could win. I'm fighting for my life here. Right now, I'm not in a grid. I'm just not in a grid state of mind, you know? So I'm, that being said, you guys know I'm a huge 4th edition fan. So, you know, I will be able to appreciate the choices that they made there. But yeah, I agree. Black Lodge said D&D has needed a basic version for a long time. I can't believe they didn't make a D&D basic, Black Lodge. I can't believe they never did it. It's a huge gap in the market. The OSR has 1 billion clones, but none of them ever were able to you know, take advantage of the popularity of 5e. You know, I mean, I own 1 million of those clones myself, and none of them ever really, you know, OSE kind of got close, but it never like cracked into the mainstream market, you know? Well, just, you know, shoot me, contact us on Twitter or, you know, we have a account there, or we have our email account, I think, below. I'd love to be on. We can hang out. We will see how sim light it is. And again, I could see Trevor is being very, very careful and mindful of this. He's like me, where he occasionally wants to go too far, and he realizes that he's paying too high of a price to get to the level he wants, so he has to back down. You know. Am I the Daggerheart envoy now? No, but I will say, of all the people in that room that night, aside from obviously the people who work on Darrington Press, well, ironically, I'm not actually running a Daggerheart campaign. I know that there's a couple groups that are planning on running Daggerheart. They were there. They were very cool. They were talking about it. But I think in terms of like diving into the system and really picking apart the pieces, I think I'm probably one of the people that's the most in the TTRPG space, or the YouTube TTRPG space. Papieski, I'm doing really well. By the way, remember, I have noticed that our subs on Twitch have really taken a hit. If you want to support our channel and you don't want to join our Patreon because you don't want to pay me a couple bucks to get into our important and awesome Discord, you can join us for free by going to twitch.tv/nightsoflastcall. You can give us a follow over on Twitch. But if you have Amazon Prime, you can link your account and subscribe for free. You can do that once a month, every month. And if you don't use it, you lose it. And you don't pay anything for it. You're actually already paying for it. It's part of your Prime sub. So if you don't use it, it's like Jeff Bezos stole your money. So give it to somebody. Even if it's not me, give it to somebody. That's true, GM Scott. The Prime sub does not renew. So you have to do it manually. So I do see that we have Hard Bushido subscribe with Prime, so I really appreciate that. As did Papieski. Thank you so much for that. You guys are awesome. Take care, Aaron. Thanks so much. And Aaron, I'm super excited, my friend. Really, again, I sent you a note. I sent you some information. Let me know about the shipping costs as well. Guten Abend. You don't need a grid. You have a tape measure. That's what I'm saying, Dr. Stevel. I love me some things here. So yeah. So what we'll end with here is War Historian says Glass Cannon Network is my favorite actual play, and Shadowdark is my favorite game at present. So I'm stoked. Yeah, it's a huge win for them. For Shadowdark and for the people over at Arcane Library. They're trying really, really hard. Obviously, they've got a huge Kickstarter that they have to deliver in the Western Reaches, and so they're going to be super busy. If you're not already aware, Roll for Combat is doing a Kickstarter for 3 Shadowdark bestiaries, 3, powered by Shadowdark. They don't actually have a term for it. It just says compatible with use with Shadowdark, and I was like, you should have come up with a better term for that. Darkened by shadow or something like that. They should have had some sort of name, but they didn't. Swathed in shadow or something, but they didn't do that. But obviously, it's really cool stuff, and I obviously am a fan of Roll for Combat. So if you're not already back in that, you should definitely be back in that. A grid State of Mind. Yeah, I started thinking of is that Billy Joel that does New York State of Mind? Yeah, not in a grid state of mind, so very Bill Joelish. All right, excellent. I got it right. I don't need a playing grid. I don't need a grid. I have a playing card, a pencil, and a piece of paper, and that, of course, is a Daggerheartism. And you're already back. Sick, War Historian. That's awesome. So, what we'll finish with here is a little bit. We'll do a little bit of a haul. We'll do a haul video. So let's see here. Well, for starters, actually, I got this on the last. I got this actually on the last day. This is Rowan, Spencer, and Elise were signing people's books that they bought. They weren't there the whole time, but there was a line. I mean, a really long line, and I'm not gonna lie. They sold out of books. I happened to be walking by, and I was shopping. It was the last day. They were there, and there was a long line. and they saw me and they were like, "Hey!" and they were really excited. And they're like, "Yeah, here, come." And they were nice enough to take one of these posters, which they were signing because they had run out of books. And so Spencer, Elise, and Rowan signed this cool little poster and for me. And yeah, I'm either gonna hang on to it and like frame it and put it into our like set, or I'm going to give it away. So, well, it's one of those two options because I think it's really cool and it's a nice little memento. So either I'm either going to give it away, or I'm going to frame it and hang it in our set while we're playing Daggerheart. So one of those two things, I have to decide what I'm going to do. Self-confessed says set. So no, I did not get a GM screen for Daggerheart, but you know, who knows? You know, maybe now that I'm maybe now that I'm more on the inside, we'll see. Who knows? You know. So that was I didn't buy that. That was a cool little perk, a little gift that I got. Again, I'm just going through this stuff. I bought 2 Tolkien T-shirts. So this one obviously has the ring spell on it, in Telguar. And then this is the symbol of Gondor with the tree of Gondor and the 7 stars of Valar and blah, 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 blah. So I bought some nerdy T-shirts, as one does. I bought a Penny Arcade burning wheel pin, which I thought was pretty cool. And I'm going to add to my bag of holding for future cons. I bought this game, the Shipwreck Arcana. The art looked really, really, really pretty. It was kind of tarot theme-esque. It's a co-op deduction game that uses tiles drawn from a bag, and you have to use logic and answer questions about your tag to about your numbers so that your allies can guess what numbers are in your hand. If you've ever played Hanabi, it's like the math version of Hanabi. So this was, I demoed this game. I thought it was a blast. I had a lot of fun with it. It was like $15 or something, 20 bucks at once. So I just said, yeah, put it in the bag. I got it. Nate says Shipwreck Arcana is dope. And that was pretty cool. And this is from Meromorph Games. So pretty cool. I enjoyed it. So I bought it. Next, I bought 3 tubes of glass beads from Chessex. Nothing special about this. I wanted 3 different colors of glass beads. I used to have a lot more, but you lose them over the years. They fall out. They get misplaced. I didn't know where they all were. And I just wanted like a good amount of them for potential gaming tableau RPG thingamajigs. So I picked these up from Chessex. I think these were like $6 or $7 a tube. Also from Chessex, I bought 3 sets of their megahedrals. Now, I took some pictures and I polled my patrons, and they voted for these ones. I wanted colors that were visible, readable, high contrast, but also sort of occupied the role of the GM in a game of Daggerheart. So I bought 3 sets so that I could roll these, and these are the Festive Water Lily on white. Now, these are the megahedrals, so they're significantly larger than a standard D20. So you can see, how do I not like have a D20 around me? But they're big. But these are for the actual play so that people could see my dice rolls. So hopefully, I think that'll be fairly good at being visible. And I bought 3 sets. So cool there. And Well, it's not just old man dice, okay? It's so that people at home can see our dice. Elder says, check out Monomakes for visible, large, high contrast dice. I'm not at all biased. I don't know that I know that. Monomakes dice. Oh, it's like a crafter thing on Etsy. Cool. I'll have to check it out. Right. Next, I bought 2 copies of Ryan Macklin's from Galileo Games backstory cards. Now, the history and story behind these is I've been recommending these things for like 2 or 3 years on this channel. I've owned them for a very long time. And then Galileo Games went belly up, and they apparently had some major legal problems. They took all their production away. You can't even buy the PDF on DriveThruRPG. So, anyways, apparently they are trying to get their company reordered or whatever. I don't know. But Indie Game Developer Network had a couple copies of this. I put the word out to my patrons who were at GenCon. I said, if you want to buy some, buy them. And I know Spider Matt, for example, did. Shout out Spider Matt. But then I said, because whatever's left on Sunday, I'm buying all the rest. So I bought them so that I can give them away. So I'm going to be giving away 2 sets of backstory cards at some point. So yes, they are impossible to find. And as far as I know, I bought the last ones. I'm just kidding. How do they work? In brief, we've talked about them before, but in brief, Yes and Dragons, they have prompts on them that refer to a grid that you and your players fill out ahead of time that talk about important events, groups, people, and places in your campaign world. And then the cards connect players with one of those persons, places, or things, essentially NPC, place, group, organization, and then ask them a question, and then you kind of build your backstory together collaboratively. So instead of sitting at home and writing a 5-page backstory that no one will ever read, you do it all together during session 0. So that's how that works. Next, I am a lover of Conan the Barbarian, and since the 90s, when I got a driver's license, I used to drive up to Half Price Bookstore, and I would find old copies of from Tor when Tor published Conan the Barbarian. And ever since then, I have been trying to get a complete set of all of the Tor Conan the Barbarian paperbacks, trade paperbacks, and mass market paperbacks. Now, I could just go out on eBay probably and buy them all, but I feel like that is cheating. So I try to find them in the wild. I try to find them. Now, you really can't find them at half-price bookstores anymore because I think they're too old. But some places at GenCon will occasionally have them, including, believe it or not, Goodman Games, the people who make DCC. They always have at their booths this spinning rack of old paperback pulp novels. They have Conan the Barbarian. They have Fritz Leiber. They've got Elsbrog de Camp. They've got, Ashton Clark Smith, right? They have all the pulpy persons. And I have a list that I have on my phone of all the Conan novels that I still need. And they had 2 copies. They had this one by Lennon Carpenter, Conan the Great. And they had this one, Conan the Valorous by John Maddox Roberts. So I didn't have either of these. So I picked them up for a whopping $5 a piece. So 2 pulp Conan novels. May not care, but I do. Next, I think I own the original Chronicles, the original paperbacks that I got from Walden Bookstore, in the 90s. Walden Books, Dragons of Autumn Twilight, blah blah blah. Spring Dawning, all that. Then I bought a annotated Chronicles. I remember the cover of it. It was by Todd Lockwood, and it had Raistlin and Caramon is wearing this awesome armor, and he's got this big dragon lance, but it's annotated. So it's the Chronicles, but there's sidebars where Margaret Weiss and Tracy Hickman, would add additional notes, footnotes about the author. It's a really cool version. It's paperback, but it's like really thick. So it's really cool. But Margaret Weis was there. They had this hardback version of the Chronicles. And I do not own a hardback version of the Chronicles because even the annotated version I own, which is all 3 books in one, is still kind of soft cover. It has like a perfect binding. So this is a real novel, real book. Margaret Weis sells something. I'm going to buy it. So she was there. Trace Hickman was not, but I did get Margaret Weis to sign my hardback copy of Chronicles, which is, again, one of my foundational fantasy novels that got me into gaming. So that's cool. What's next? Okay. Next, I got the Goodman Games 5th edition version of The Caverns of Thracia. They re-released it, both the original, which I have, but the 5e conversion. Now, I have really loved all of these, and I'm ashamed to say I did not buy all of these Goodman Games. What are they called? Good classic original Adventures Reincarnated back before like they, couldn't sell them anymore. So I got a couple of them. Like I have Keep on the Borderlands. I have Temple of Elemental Evil. I have The Lost City. But I didn't get all of them, and to my everlasting shame, I did not. So, like, I didn't get Isle of Dread, and I didn't get anything. And I think they did an excellent job with all of these. And I just wanted to support this. I wanted to support Janelle Chakwe, and buy something from Goodman Games. And I love these books. And they're, you could use this in anything. Obviously, it's 5e, but you could use it for Shadowdark. You could use it for pretty much any sort of old school D20 based game. And of course, Caverns of Thracia is in some cases the like original, awesome dungeon that we've sort of aspired to be, right? Jaquazing the dungeon, all that stuff. So that is Caverns of Thracia. This is a little sketch of my character Flux that was drawn by Jess Redekop at the booth while we were hanging out. And she was grilling me and interrogating me about my character. So shout out to Jess Redekop for doing this in a couple of minutes. A little quick sketch, little Tombow action. I was like, well, he doesn't really quite know what a human's supposed to look like, so his eyes, aren't really lined up, and it's hard to see on thing, but his eyes are like pixelated because they're like, digitized, and he can't quite control his Eldamon shape shifting and stuff like that. So he sometimes like gets elements of the Eldamon sort of peeking through his elemental form, and he doesn't have hair because he hasn't really figured that out yet. So, or they don't really identify as any gender. I didn't really buy these, but they were 2 books that I actually didn't have in print from Roll for Combat. So Strange and Unusual, and believe it or not, the original Bestiary. So the original Battles of Bestiary, which is, this book is what kicked us off with Roll for Combat. I don't know if everybody knows the story, but we reviewed this book and we liked it, and which was rare for us. Stephen Glicker didn't know who we were, but he saw his sales overnight had spiked, and people were buying his book much, much, much more than they usually did. So he figured something was up. He did some searching, found our website, found our video, and at the end of our video, we said, hey, we talk more about the book, but you have to be a patron to get it part of our Patreon bonus content. So he joined the Patreon just so he could see what we were saying about him, behind the paywall. And he reached out to me. He said, hey, you had some really cool points. And by the way, that thing that Bob was complaining about, he was right. And I'm going to fix it in our PDF and for our next printing. And we were like, wow, that was awesome. And that's how I became friends with Stephen Glicker and Roll for Combat, was because of this book and our review of it and him being very gracious about it and willing to listen to some of our feedback. So I actually didn't have a copy of it. So I got one. Next, this is one of those like, oh, but if you get this, you save money. But if you get this, you save money. If you get the small set, you're paying $5 a color. But if you get the large set, you're paying $4 a color. But if you get the biggest set, you're only paying $3 a color. But if you buy both, there's a so that's how I ended up with buying the Complete Army Painter Fanatic mega paint set that has all 50 of their Warpaint Fanatic set line, including all their acrylics and all of their washes. And also their entire Speed Paint mega set. So, yeah, I bought all these. Yeah, so I got a lot of paint. The power of the upsell was real. Yeah, I got hooked. While I was there, now it's been a long time since I painted. So back when I painted, okay, you just you licked your brush, you stuck it in the paint pot, like, right, and then you painted. So I didn't know anything, right? I've never painted with speed paints before, ever. I've also never used a wet palette. And apparently, in the time since I was painting, this is now the way that everybody paints, is with a wet palette. And so I have never painted with a wet palette, and it makes sense to me. I've seen it on YouTube. I'm well aware of what it does and how it keeps your paints, moist and whatever, and from drying out your acrylics and all the other stuff. And you can keep them creamy, and you can store them for longer because they won't dry out, yada, yada. All good stuff. So I've seen all of it, but I didn't have a wet palette. I was there, so I bought the War Gamers Edition, which includes a wet palette and a normal palette. And space for controlling your brushes. I also got this for free. So this is the Army Painter pop-up wash cup. Ooh, for your brushes. Pops up to whatever height you need it to be. And then it has this little, brush scrubby thing at the bottom to keep your brushes from just, digging into the bottom of the cup. And maybe give them a little bit to shake some of the paint free. So I got that for free. Thanks, Army Painter. Free. All right. I didn't need this, but I bought it because it's so gorgeous. And I almost bought the 5e version as well for Lord of the Rings because it was gorgeous as well. This is a revised version of their starter set. Now, I think their original starter set was really, really nice. I never bought it, but I kind of wanted a starter set for this in case I ever want to bust out the One Ring at a con. And I kind of feel myself wanting to do that. And they used the minis and the style from their Dragonbane books, and this was their new starter set. It was just at the con, and so I bought it because it looked amazing and pretty, and it has this great map and great minis. And now it's not as good as Dragonbane because Dragonbane includes the entire rule set. However, this contains condensed rules, so it doesn't have all the rules. But it has its own adventure, a full-color map of Eriador, the combat diagram on the back, cardboard standees for the players and the adversaries, 5 pre-gens, and a whole set of dice. So, and it looks gorgeous. And I wanted a box set. So I bought it. Unfortunately, by the time I got there, also this was a situation where I was like, I'm buying something for reeling. And I went there ostensibly to buy the collector's edition of the core rulebook. But they were sold out of that. So I was like, well, I'm getting something. And I was like, all right, that's I don't feel bad about getting that, All right, next, while I was over at the Burning Wheel HQ booth talking to Tor, I picked up a copy of Burning Wheel Codex because I didn't own Burning Wheel Codex. I didn't really saw a need to get it because I wasn't playing Burning Wheel. But, I wanted to complete my set. And I don't think Burning Wheel is truly complete without the Burning Wheel Codex. And so I picked it up. Plus, like most things in Burning Wheel, it's ridiculously cheap for this book. It's like $30. So I bought it. And, yeah. Sick. I already had the monster. Does it include the monster burner? It used to be a separate book, right? This has the Adventure Burner. And stuff from about Life Paths and Arcane Library. So it does not look like it includes the Monster Burner. Yeah, it's not really a Monster Burner. But I never owned it, so I bought it because... Now, granted, I kind of have that stuff from like the original Burning Wheel books, but I didn't have it in the gold edition. So I wanted to get that to complement with this. It looks so pretty. Well, Cardboard Enjoyer, I love Luke Crane and I love his games, but the truth of the matter is he likes to use terminology that makes people who don't play the game feel stupid, and people who play the game feel elitist and superior. I love you, Luke. Burning means making. So instead of making a character in Burning Wheel, you burn a character. So Monster Burner is a way of saying Monster Maker. Again, and I say this as someone who owns like everything that Burning Wheel HQ makes, so I love it, but yeah, it's, you know. Now, while over at the booth, Burning Wheel HQ, I also picked up this Summer Preview 2025 version of Dungeon World 2, which we will most certainly be doing a first look on in the coming days. I don't know when we'll get to it. We got a lot of stuff to handle, but obviously this is just an alpha version. I'm sure it'll change before it goes to print. But you know me, I like having these little fun little like keepsakes from early in the game's, you know, history and stuff like that. So we're going to be definitely doing a look at this. So Dungeon World is, you know, one of, I'd say aside from D&D, Dungeon World might be the second most influential game on me, in like what makes me what I am as a gamer. Yeah, I was looking for it. Like, I remember when I bought this a long time ago. So this is like the original Dungeon World before they produced the black book that most people know, like, which is obviously a lot thicker. But like this was like the original, like, hey, we're doing our first print of Dungeon World, and so this was actually the original printing of Dungeon World. So it's very similar, you know. It's kind of the same basic idea. Actually, cool thing shout out in Dungeon World 2. They brought back that art in black and white in like the line art, which I think is pretty cool. Anyways. Yeah, DW2 hype. I mean, I'm excited. I'm really excited about what they're going to do with the game. I have some problems with it from what I saw early, you know, in their blog, but I haven't seen it in the context of the whole game yet. So I've reserved judgment until we actually get into it. And I haven't really been paying as close attention as I probably should have, just because dagger hype and all this other stuff kind of got in the way. It's definitely what got me into the PBTA space. I've even got a signed copy. There, I don't know if there we go. Derik, when you go to GenCon, roll plus con. On a 10 plus, you survive. On a 7 to 9, you lose money, health, or sanity. You choose. So that is what I got written in my book. Good night, Agile Monk. It's good seeing you. And again, we'll be in touch. I got a book to send you, buddy. Okay. Next up. We got 4 copies of Fabula Ultima Natural Fantasy. All of them signed by the author. One of them personally signed to me because, you know, I was there. So that one is mine. These 3 will be going to a lucky member of the Knights of Last Call Patreon because we are going to be giving these away. So I always pick up some extra Fab Alt stuff for my boys and girls in the Patreon and our humans. And we try to give this stuff away because it's awesome and I'm there and I can, yeah. I even still have a Techno Fantasy Atlas that we need to give away. So anyways, these are going to be given away. Rooster signed these as well. Signed it to a knight. So to the knights. So you guys get a copy of that. I'll be giving that away. Cool, Cardboard and Jar. Well, we will look forward to that. Make sure you keep an eye out for that as well. Is Cobell still involved? Cobell and Sage, neither of them is involved. They sold the company lock, stock, and barrel. They sold the IP lock, stock, and barrel to Burning Wheel HQ. It is Spencer Moore and Helena Reel, who you may know from their various like Dungeon World hacks over the years, that they've been involved with. And a lot of that design and DNA is in this version of Dungeon World 2, stuff that they had done through their hacks. So if you've seen any of Spencer's or Helena's stuff, but nope, Sage and Adam are out. I haven't heard from Cobell in years and years, so I'm going to think it's safe to assume that yes, he is still blacklisted. So Fabula Ultima coming out. Also, I picked up a couple extra of these bestiary previews as well, which I'll be giving out to somebody or giving along out with the stuff. Some really cool stuff here. And by the way, I'm just going to say this now. When they start this Kickstarter, okay, we are going to give them all of our money because for those of you who don't know, they have a special collector's edition coming, which is going to have artwork by Yoshitaka Amano. The person who's like sort of pencil, watercolor, colored pencil sketches. I don't even know what the medium is. For me and for many people, basically define Final Fantasy art. You can pre-back it right now. You can put €1 down. So like this kind of art. So he basically defined what Final Fantasy, this kind of style of artwork here, is basically him, and they've never really been able to translate it, and they got him to do to do the art. And it looks amazing, and it looks awesome, and it's double-sided. It looks so good. Anyways, pretty sweet. Awesome there. Yeah, hardback, box set, Amano Collector's Edition, cover edition. It's fantastic. Yeah, getting Amano to do the cover is just incredible. Is Cypher seriously doing essentially a 3rd edition? Yes. I don't know what the timeline is on it. I have been out of the Cypher sphere for a while, but my understanding is that they are. And I think a lot of people, I think some people feel like it's too soon, but I think people forget that the Cypher system has actually been around. I think it's been 7 years since they did a last update, so it's not actually that crazy, but I don't know what their plan is for the size of the changes, the scope of the changes. Edward, basically, Rooster created a variant rule for initiative, which he likes a lot better. But he is not going to replace that even when they do the collector's edition or when they do the hardcover editions. Like, he is going to include the update to say acceleration because he believes that is fundamentally broken. But he understands that the initiative system is sort of like part of the core way that the game is designed, and he's not going to like redesign everything for the collector's edition. And so it's going to keep the group-based check initiative thing, which even he kind of admits he doesn't like, and thinks it's probably one of his biggest mistakes that he made in the book, because he thinks that the popcorn-style players always going first, except with bosses, works really great, and everyone I know that plays it like that loves it as well. I also saw Free League, and actually specifically I saw this from Two Little Mice. Two Little Mice make Outgunned and stuff like that. They are releasing a very Zelda-coded new game called Twilight Sword. So if you haven't seen this, there's some information and a Kickstarter coming later this year. And of course, Two Little Mice has been making some fucking amazing books. They made Memento Mori, which won Ennies, and we covered. And while I thought it was weird, you can't argue it was really, really cool and looks beautiful. And then, of course, all of the Outgunned books, which look amazing, you know. So Two Little Mice is an Italian company, and they put out some really, really good stuff. Yes, this is super Zelda Coda. It does kind of look like Break, I will admit. But I think Break kind of looks like Zelda. So I think there's kind of this kind of component of this. What kind of game is it, Dan? You know, you're adventuring and you're killing monsters. As far as I could tell. I don't think we really know any details about what it's going to actually do in terms of like the mechanics of the game. From 9th Level Games, I picked up Rebel Scum role-playing 2nd edition. The reason I picked this game up, in addition to wanting to support them and support a cool content creator, is because you can't buy this book on Drive-Thru RPG anymore, because it encourages you to not appreciate fascists, and people thought that was very mean of them, and so they got it taken down. But it was for sale, and I own it, and you know, we'll probably cover it. We may have to cover it, you know, I don't know, with a camera. But yeah, it looks like a it definitely it looks like a old action figure blister. That's what I think it looks like. So it's like an action figure blister, which I think looks cool. Anyways, so I picked that up. JP Couvert was nice enough to get me a copy of his Starborg game. He gave out a couple copies of this to some patrons at Origins, but I didn't get a copy. But he gave me a copy. So I did get something from JP for free. Thank you, JP. Starborg. I also got some of his cool stickers that he made for his Patreon meetup, which is really neat of him as well. So thank you, JP. We're almost done. I have long been a fan of the world's greatest GM screen. A lot of GM screens are very disappointing to me. Now, I don't necessarily need a GM screen as much anymore because I roll most of my dice in front of the screen. However, sometimes, especially if I'm playing a game that has hidden information that would require, I don't want my players necessarily to know, or if it has like a map, and obviously if the players saw the map, that would be problematic. Classic dungeon game. Then I want something. So I thought this was really cool because it's a half height GM screen. So it's very narrow. So it's landscape, but these are A5 size. So it is not a, 8.5 by 11 landscape. It is an A5 landscape. So it's very, very small. It's, I don't know if we can, it's about the size of your extended palm. So as time has gone on, I want my GM screen to be lower and lower and lower and lower. I hate when it's a barrier between me and the players and getting to see them. So even less obstructive and easier to reach over. A lot of times when I'm using a screen like this, I'm also playing with minis. And if I'm playing with minis, then I want to be able to reach over it. And by the way, if it's not clear, these are just pockets that you can slip whatever you want into it, including A5 size stuff. So pretty cool, neat. By the way, it fits 8.5 by 5.5 and A5 inserts. It fits 4x6 postcards or pictures. You can fit 2 per pocket. So that is what this version is. I've made several of these, and I've given some away on the channel before because I think they're really cool. I think 2 years ago, maybe I bought like 5 or 6 of them, and I gave a bunch of them away. So now what you may have seen fall out of that is some of these cool wild cards that Spencer gave me. These were a special promo that they gave away at GenCon. These are these special one-use only daggerheart cards that you can only use once, and then it goes into your vault forever. So basically, it's like a scroll, but it's a dagger heart, but it can be used for anybody and for anything. So these are really cool. We got I think there was like 7 of them, 8 of them, but he only had a couple on him, so I got these 4. So the wild cards. GM says they wanted me to buy their board game in order to get those cards. Yeah, so. Now, GM Scott, that may not have been these cards. That may have been their anniversary pack, which had the alternate art with the Critical Role characters, but maybe. But maybe it was these. I don't know. I don't know exactly what was required about giving these away. Anyways, these are really cool. You can check it out on Reddit. So I got a copy of those. Okay, got a business card here. Got to save those. All right. Getting to the end here. Battlecry with an exclamation point. Did Paizo steal from us? Well, the critics will tell you that it was just convergent evolution, but we don't believe that, do we? Probably not. Unfortunately, I can't prove anything. It's who am I to say anything about it? But for those of you who don't know, I got to find my window here. There we go. So this was the very first issue of Battle Cry, which was a e-zine that we produced. Geesh, I don't even know how long ago this was. A while ago. I think it was like 3 years ago. But we produced a magazine and we called it Battle Cry with an exclamation point. So, the joke, it's a joke. It's a joke that Battle Cry was they stole it. They stole the name from us just to rub it in our faces. So anyways, this book includes information about 2 new classes, the Commander and the Guardian, both of which I think are very 4E coded. And so I look forward to taking a look at this book and these classes specifically through the SRD and Archives of Nethys and talking about what's in this book. And I think this book is really, really cool. That is true, John. They did do it as 1 word, and we did it as 2. Legally distinct, so they can't infringe, right? I also... No surprises here. I picked up Starfinder, the player core, big, beefy, chunky player core, and the Galaxy Guide. I don't know why I bought this. To be honest with you, I picked it up, and then when they checked out, and I saw it was $60 for this little thin book. I was just I didn't want to be like that guy that goes, oh, that's too much money, put it back. But my God. Like, to be clear, this book, this chonking book, was $70. and this book was $60. So, yeah, it's also just lore. I didn't put it back because, like, when my bill came, I was like, it was like $200 because I got this, and Battlecry, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? Anyways, I bought it because, you know, whatever. I'm a content creator, I guess. I don't know. I should have it. I want to support Paizo, you know, blah, 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 blah. You know, I always say, like, don't be that guy and say that games are too expensive. But I was already buying a lot of stuff. But actually, they had a third book for me as well that I didn't buy. So, anyways, long story short, great value. Great value. Extremely overpriced. Great value. Extremely overpriced. But we will get into this. I don't know exactly what it is, but there's something about this game that is a lot more appealing to me than Pathfinder 2 right now. I don't know if it's the class design. I think Pathfinder 2 has this very, like, I think Pathfinder 2 to me feels like the scene from, you know, Star Wars, from like the Mos Eisley Cantina anyways. And I hate that in fantasy, but I totally am okay with it / love it in sci-fi. So I think that the vibe of PF2 or the vibe of Paizo's games for me fits better in sci-fi than it does in fantasy. Case in point, I have no problem with Rocket Raccoon in Rocket Raccoon and Guardians of the Galaxy. I would not want Rocket Raccoon to be in Lord of the Rings. Does that make sense? Okay. Lastly, I bought the complete set of everything that they have for this story engine system. So this is the Deck of Worlds, and this is the Lore Masters deck. You may have seen this. I think they did may have done a Kickstarter or something, and now they're selling it. It is a kind of a Session Zero Oracle GM collab / world creator. And so this is the this is a bunch of cards that you draw randomly, and they help you like create people, places, ideas, worlds. Yeah, it's a writer's aid. So it's based off of this thing here called the Story Engine deck. And so, you know, there was a GenCon special. So I also got every single expansion for it. So I bought everything because why not? So there we go. We got everything for Story Engine. System. We got a lot of fantasy stuff. I think I hit my mouse accidentally here. But yeah. So we've got, you know, Worlds of Chrome and Starlight. And we have Fresh Ink and Ancient Song. Challenges to fill your world with poems and prayers and recipes and sketches and folklores. I love shit like this. I love tactile things. You know, I love the backstory cards. I love, you know, all that stuff. And I really, this is what is it? This is an old Austin Powers thing. Tactile Session Zero, expensive Tactile Session Zero cards are my kind of bag, are my bag, baby. Bye. Derik Melinda. Yes. So, anyways, you know, I'm imagining a world of sitting down with these and you know, microscope and backstory cards and just having all sorts of fun little doodads and tome of world design and tome of adventure design and the Nomicon and just generating shit and, oracles upon oracles upon oracles. And I love cards, and I love the form factor of this. And I got to play around with it at their booth, and I said, this is pretty sweet. And, they didn't have to upsell me too hard, because I'm like, I don't want to be that guy who goes, because like, if I'm going to get it in cards, I want the whole thing in cards, I want everything. So, and be like, I don't want to be like, oh, I don't have that one. Anyways, and then they go to business, and then people are like, how do you get a copy of that? And I'm like, I don't know. It's sold out. And while you could totally do these with the PDFs, and I think it'd be fine, there's something so much cooler about doing it in person that I absolutely love it. So my hope is that with our new studio setup, we'll be able to create some cool worlds and some cool organizations and some cool lore, and we'll have our cool top-down view, and people at home will be able to share in it and have fun with us as we go through it. And that's it. That's all I got. So in terms of like really, really new stuff in terms of games, obviously there's a couple of, random like board games and stuff that I got, but nothing like really super massive, nothing super new. Again, it was sort of a fun opportunity for me to reconnect with the Shadowdark folks and, say hi to Kelsey and Michael and kind of, be inspired to keep doing Shadowdark stuff. I still want to do Shadow Deep. I love Mega Dungeons, and part of me feels like the world of Shadowdark deserves a good Mega Dungeon, as I would define it. So there's that. So I'm really excited about that. I'm obviously super excited about Daggerheart, and I'm kind of excited about Starfinder 2. If I'm being honest, I'm kind of excited about Starfinder 2.
Edward tipped $20 for the crazy Daggerheart Session 0 you're going to have with those cards.
Absolute, Edward. I mean, I kind of bought them with Session 0 in mind, not just for Daggerheart, but for any game. I know that for me is part of the most fun element of the entire freaking campaign is making it. So I absolutely bought them with that in mind. And I think having these fun visual references, especially when we're playing in person, which is fun, but I'd like to be able to share that with you all, and having cards that we can zoom in on from our top-down rig, I think will make it much more cooler for the home audience to participate as well. Well, no, but maybe someday. I mean, I think the people who make these games would love to see me do it. Now, can I do it? Sure. Okay. Side tangent. I don't know what's wrong with me. I meet a lot of people at these conventions, and these people, they're getting it done. They're getting these Kickstarters done. They're publishing these games. Not every game goes on to be a huge $1 million success, but they're getting it done. And a lot of these people are very talented, and they're very skilled, and I'm in awe of their abilities of game design, of layout, of logistics, of networking, and obviously people like Mark and Steven from Roll for Combat are on that list. Kelsey is on that list. Lots of people. But I also meet people, who are idiots, and, and they have a game, and and so I'm like, why is it, I don't know why it's so hard for me. Just to do it. Edwards, Zipperfest says, do it. So, by the way, thank you, Edward. I am looking forward to that Session 0 session. I am a perfectionist, Edward. Vin has his fingers crossed on my behalf. Yeah, I mean, it'll be fun. I mean, there's also between me and you, these Kickstarters can do very well for people. And I don't have a huge staff, so I don't need don't even know what I would do if a Kickstarter did hundreds of thousands of dollars. If I did it, I mean, think about you. If you did a Kickstarter and it did $70,000, $60,000, you know, you have your expense, you have your stuff, but you know, you could still clear a good chunk of money for that. Like that might be like half of what I'm making in a year right now. So like, half of that I'm saying, if I Kickstarter for 70,000 and end up putting $30,000 in my bank account, I'm like, cool. That's like a year's worth of expenses. So, that's life-changing amount of money, for sure. Perfectionism can be a burden. Here's the problem. The problem is, now I'm not trying to say anything about any of these other people. The problem is, I think I care about role-playing games too much. I don't want to create something that doesn't work. And I don't want to create something that has these flaws in it that are going to impact the way that people enjoy the product. But I also think, this may sound kind of strange, but I also think in order to make a role-playing game, and I know this might sound crazy because it's like, are you saying Mark Seifter and Kelsey Dion are narcissists? No, but I think you kind of have to have a belief, right, that what you're doing is fucking golden, like that what you're doing is great, that what you're doing is the shit, that you're, I'm not saying that I'm a golden god, but I think that you have to have this, a certain amount of ego, to believe that what you're producing is of such high quality. And I don't know that I have that.
Goblins and Androids tip $10. Welcome back.
Thank you, Goblins and Android. Happy to be back. I mean, I had a lot of fun at GenCon. And also, too, to be clear, Goblins and Android, if things go according to plan, in about 3 weeks, I think I'll be on the West Coast of the United States at another convention. So it's going to be kind of, we're going to be bouncing all around here, But thank you. I'm happy to be back. I was there from Tuesday to Monday, so I was there for a full 7 days. And setting up, tearing down, driving home, driving back. Or driving there, driving back. It was a long period of time. So I appreciate you. And thank you for welcoming me back. See what people said about my crippling things. Todd says Deca World Building is the analog ChatGPT. Yeah, that's kind of, in some ways, that's kind of true, Todd. See, the problem is, Koji says, the most important part of doing anything is doing it. And I don't think I agree with that. John says, I feel like I'm being addressed personally. Thank you, Kendall. Take care. Oh, yeah. Okay. I thought I was like, maybe you're saying I should go to sleep. No, you're saying you're going to sleep. Kendall, thank you so much. And I appreciate the kind words. So Pumpkin, I think that also happens to me, right? I have a lot of irons in the fire. I have a lot of interests that I have. I just generally speaking, as Derik loves many things. I like RPGs, but I also love woodworking, and I love sailing, and I love racquetball, and I'd love to get into this hobby and that hobby, and I want to get back into miniature painting and playing war games, and I miss playing as many board games as I have, and I love rollerblading and ice skating, and it'd be cool to play hockey again and join an old timers league, and it'd be cool to maybe start running again and try to run a marathon, and there's just a lot of things that I would really like to apply myself to, and not because I'm like ADHD, but because life is short and these are things that I want to do. So, but I get really like Belljari, and Fig Tree. And that's a very deep cut for people who haven't read that book, but that is a problem for me where I, watch the figs fall off. I find that deadlines are terrible for me. Deadlines make me not want to do anything. Like, honestly, the best way that I would ever, realistically, the best way that I would ever do a Kickstarter would be, no one would know about it, and I would work on it for months or years. And then one day there'd be a Kickstarter and it would say, when you back, you download it immediately. Like it's done. It's just fully done. Because like once you do a Kickstarter and you have to deliver, that would just kill me. That would just destroy me. I'm not, deadlines are really bad for me. It's funny. I think I work harder and better and faster when I don't have a deadline. It was pretty common for me at work to be assigned something and then go, I don't want to do that. I want to work on this thing that no one assigned me, and then work like 60 hours on that and get that done. And like, it's like, well, did you work on the other thing? I'm like, no, I didn't even touch that. I don't know. I'm very weird about that. Maybe it's like I don't think it's like an anti-authority thing. I hate the fucking sword of Damocles hanging over my head, you know? I don't know if the Starfinder stuff could be used for Daggerheart. Daggerheart is pretty fantasy coded, in my opinion, but you can reflavor a lot of stuff. I don't know. Good morning. Do I fear failure? I fear like, okay, let me give you an example. For a while I was making furniture, and I was actually supplementing my income a lot with making furniture, and I would sell people furniture. And part of the premise of my furniture making is that I didn't want to sell you something that I don't want to get into the details of it, but furniture that uses bolts and nuts and, you know, metal fasteners has a lot of problems. And one of the biggest problems is that wood expands and wood contracts and wood sort of breathes and metal doesn't. And that means that over time, any table or chair which uses metal fasteners will eventually fall apart, essentially. And so when we talk about heirloom quality furniture, heirloom meaning like something that you can hand down over multiple generations, it typically does not feature these kind of fasteners because you want to use wood on wood fasteners so that everything expands and contracts and shrinks at the same time. If I make someone a table, I want to know that that table is going to last for 100 years. That is true, no bug. That metal does contract. That is true. It does. Yes. Just significantly less. And to be fair, too, Nilbog, metal does contract and expand due to temperature changes. Most of the wood contraction and expansion happens due to humidity changes. So there's a little bit of that. I don't think metal contracts or expands because of, you know, of humidity. Anyways, so like I don't want to sell someone a table and then 20 years from now it falls apart. Like I just don't want to do that. And it's like, well, what difference does it make? Like no one's expecting you. It's like, I don't know. I don't know how to describe that, but like that's the kind of thing I'm talking about. You know, like you know what would kill me? It's like, you know how 5e or whatever, people say like, oh, the end game doesn't work. The game completely falls apart or whatever. Like, that's the kind of thing that would just kill me. Like, it's like, yeah, I feel like I sold you. Like, I felt like I stole from you, you know? Jackal getting it. Motherfuckers out here free balling Daggerheart homebrew with no play testing. Yeah. Like, I worry about creating something and yes, professional pride and not just that, like I feel a sense of duty to someone who bought something from me. Like, let me give you an example. When we built Bob's gaming table, right? He's got a vault style board game table. I'm sure you've seen them. You know, Wormwood makes them and stuff like that. Well, we made one. We made it obviously to our exact specifications, and because it didn't have to be shipped, it's made very solidly, much more solidly than anything else that you would get from someone who has to ship something. Anyways, It's very thick. It's highly over-engineered. Bob's family, it's in the basement. Bob's family has a rule, like when bad weather comes in or a tornado watch comes in. He told me this story a long time. The kids and his wife, they go downstairs and they get underneath the table. I love that. Because like that means that Bob trusts my table to keep his family safe in the event that, say, the ceiling collapsed. And you know what? I'm good with that. I have that much confidence in the design of that table and how over-engineered it is. Now, does a table need to be designed to that specification? No. In fact, when people came to me, sometimes they said, Derik, can you make me a table? I'd say, absolutely. And they'd say, what's your budget? And they would say, oh, $400. And I would say, it'd be really hard for me to make you a table up to my standard. You should go get a table from IKEA. They make great tables that actually last really, really well. But because at the end of the day, it's a horizontal surface that you'll be able to, write on and eat dinner off of. It will serve that point. But Zen, good night, my friend. Wow, I wonder what that feels like. I mean, I don't know. I think it feels really good. I want to make things that last. Yeah. And I want to make things that I have pride in my work and I believe in them, that I don't just make them and then just move on to the next project, that I believe in it and that I would stake my reputation behind it. IKEA tables won't save your life, but Derik's will. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty confident that you could drop a very heavy thing on that table and it would take it very nicely, for sure. Oh, Zen, you were talking to John. Okay. John was heading out. John, good night. The red books behind you, is that Legend of the Five Rings? This is all Legend of the Five Rings. Yes. Jim Scott says, professional pride is a great thing to have, except when you're trying to sell things to people who have been used to disposable things. Yeah, I would agree with that. For sure. It's not fear of failure. It's fear of being disliked. I definitely don't care if people like me or not. Check out my YouTube channel. When somebody leaves a comment on my videos telling me how I'm an idiot and I'm stupid and they don't like me and I'm an idiot and I said something dumb and I was wrong, and they don't like me, I heart it and then I pin it to the top so that everybody who comes to my comment section, that's the first thing that they read. I don't concern myself with other people's opinions. I only concern myself with mine. Bob's table was my first table. So, yes. Bob's table was my first table. Now, as an example, when I was designing Bob's table, I rigged up a prototype of the leg and I rigged up a prototype of the apron and I joined it and I had it and I tested it and I rigorously tested it with a lot of weight and I wanted to see how much it would take before it would snap. And I physically, ran out of things to put on it, including hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds just on the joint to get it to break. So I tested these components because it was my first table, Mishi, the table is still around. It is in Bob's basement, and he games on it. His kids play in it. They treat it like it's a Lego sandbox when you take the top off. But is the table fun? I mean, Bob thinks it's fun. It's got a lot of cool, neat features. It's got magnetic railings around the side of it, so you can hook up removable cup holders and stuff, This man can't half-ass it. No, I can't. John, thank you, John. It's good to see you, buddy. John says, as someone who's been tuning into streams since we would get 20 people, John, shout out, respect. It's so incredible seeing a late night stream that gets 150 viewers. I'm so proud of this community. John, thank you so much. I know I was telling stories about that at at GenCon with some of the creators and people who don't really do a lot of live streams. And I said, yeah, I mean, when I started, we would get 20 people and it was a big stream. Now, when I do like a popular topic, we'll get like 300-400 people. And even my normal streams now get like 100, 120, 130. So it's pretty cool. So Mishi, that's the thing. I understand that my tables aren't perfect. They're not. There's improvements. Each table that I did after the first table was better than the one before it. But I want to do things at what I am capable of doing. Right? I never want to be in a situation where I'm capable of doing it at this level, but I only do it to this level because of, time or constraints or whatever. I mean, people who've been here for a long time know this. I mean, I'm not exaggerating. I'm not exaggerating. Sorry, I had to walk away. This camera and lens combination here, and this is one of 5 that we're using for our studio build out. This camera and lens and I with the exception maybe I don't know. I'm sure there were some exceptions, but my guess is, and some of them may have been people I met, but I feel pretty confident in saying this one camera and lens combo, this probably costs more than what most of the YouTubers that you watch that aren't like, Marquise Brown or what I mean, like that aren't MKB or whatever, like seriously over the top. This one camera probably costs more than most people's entire YouTube setup. Like their camera, their mic, their lights, everything. Like this one camera and lens. And we have 5 of them. And the reason that I have this is because it has a second base ISO. And that probably won't mean anything to anybody, but it basically means it has better low light tracking sensitivity, and it's a 4K, blah, blah, blah. Right, I'm not going to get into it. But the point is, you may not notice, right? But I know what I am capable of doing, and I know that this is within my capability, so I would feel horrible if I gave you anything less than the best, because that would be a felony. Love it or leave it. You better get straight. I don't remember the rest of the lyrics. I just became Vanilla Ice. Anyways. See, so Todd said, perfect is the enemy of good and good is the enemy of done. Sometimes you just got to get shit done. Todd is saying, this is the Bob philosophy. I don't believe in that philosophy. Sometimes you just got to get shit done. I don't do that. That's just not what I do. And so then the shit doesn't get done. And by camera and mics, you mean an open window and an iPhone. Yes. Someone asked me, are these Kallax shelves? These are Kallax shelves. These are Kallax shelves from IKEA. Derik, you're a crazy woodworker. Why do you have Kallax shelves? Because this is not designed to be heirloom furniture. This is designed to be an effective way to hold a bunch of D&D books. And I don't really care about its future length. So is there a world for this? Yes. Now, why? Because I don't give a shit about this shelf. I don't want my RPG product to be the Kallax shelf of games. Full stop. Is there a reason that this exists? Yes. I even own it. It's affordable. It's there. It's easy to use. and build, and it works. And for 90% of people, it will never make a difference. But this is not what I want my RPG to be. Whether I make an RPG or a product or whatever, I don't want it to be this, you know? Hell yeah, Jess. Thank you. Well, thank you, Jess. It was very nice of you to make it for me, and I appreciate it. Join me on the left side. It's not like, here's the problem with the Dunning-Kruger thing. Like, I know enough to know what I know and what I don't know, and I know enough to know that I know a lot. But that just means that I hold myself to a higher standard. Bob likes to say, and I don't know that he's wrong, Bob likes to say that it took me more hours to design the studio table in SketchUp, which is a 3D software program, design program, than it took him and I to physically build it out of wood, including all the cuts and screwing and nailing and buying the plywood and shipping it and all that. He says it took me more hours to design it than it took us to build it. So. Mishi says, oh, I see. So you don't like jobs. No, not really. You're not wrong, Mishi. I kind of hate jobs.
Smenden tip $10, a tip for you creating stuff, whether it's tables, a community or live streams. People wish they can make stuff, but not many people are brave enough to do it.
Well, thank you, Smenden. I appreciate that. In fact, one of the reasons I got into woodworking is because I wanted to create something, tangible. I wanted to create something, that people could use and meaningful, and I really respect that. I mean, a great example, again, between Bob and I recently bought a 3D printer. Bob's been 3D printing for years now. In fact, one of the reasons Bob spent a lot of his original KOLC money that he got as his for being part of the channel on buying 3D printer stuff. And I was talking to him about it, and I was looking into it, and I was talking about like the slicer programs, about like creating whatever, the internal changing the internal fill rates and the wall thicknesses and creating I can't remember what they're called, but they're like the lips that go around the base to help support it so it doesn't break off when any of that. And and Bob goes, I don't know any of that stuff. I just take whatever the defaults are and I print it. And if it doesn't work out, then I'll just I'll try a different one, or I might just like tweak it until it works, and then I just keep printing it. And that's horrifying to me, because I'm like, why don't you just, you like 3D printing, right? Why don't you learn how to 3D print? And so you actually know what the settings of your printer and what the settings of your, slicer do. And that way you are an informed user of the product. And Bob basically said, because I don't care about 3D printing, I just want plastic toys. Bob gets shit done. But the stuff Bob makes is occasionally shit. So that's the outcome, right? He gets shit. So there's this classic thing, would you rather get shit done but it's shitty, or not have anything? And you know what? I'd rather not have anything. That's the difference. Maybe that's what makes me a psycho, Well, the problem, Mishi, is that like the 3D printers now are so good that you do get a lot of the results without walking the walk, because it does a lot of the heavy lifting for you. But it's like, it's like Think about it like taking photos. If you take enough of them, some of them will be good. Right. Yes. Right. I mean, eventually we'll get one in there that's good, you know? No offense to Derik, but he's a great teacher. And those that can't do, teach. All right, that's fair, Pumpkin. That's very fair. Jess pointing out that, you know, because I have feeling special, she said, you came to my signing, I did them for everyone. But I didn't buy anything, Jess. Are you saying you just did them literally for everyone? Or did they have to buy something? Because I didn't find something. John says this is the only type of thing that we talk about at the pub, but we are called the Knights of Last Call. So, you know, respect. So I do believe that there's value in doing, but what I don't believe in doing is like blind doing, right? Like I think you should have a very solid, like, okay, complete, like, let me tell you about honors organic chemistry in college. Okay. For those of you who've never taken OChem, it is legendarily very tough, and honors organic chemistry is especially tough. And organic chemistry has a lot of complicated molecules and how they interact and how they react, which has to do with the properties of those equations and those formulas and those reactions. And what I discovered is that most people figured out that the most efficient use of their time was to memorize the formulas and to memorize the reactions. Now, this was not necessarily an easy process. Sometimes there was 50 or 60 or 70 of these reactions, right? A plus B plus C yields D and G and X, right? And you knew that one. And then there'd be another one. And then there'd be another one. And then there'd be another one. And you memorize that reaction. But and the effect, the result of what they were trying to achieve was an A, or in some cases just a passing grade, in honors organic chemistry. So they viewed the problem state as, how do I get an A in honors organic chemistry? And they viewed the most efficient way to do that as memorizing these equations. I took a very different approach because I didn't want to memorize equations. I wanted to learn why those equations worked. What were the fundamental, electrochemical forces at work that led to that expression and led to that reaction? So what I did instead was the much more painstaking approach of figuring out how this shit worked, because my goal was to learn organic chemistry, not to get an A. Now, that was the difference between me and everybody else. And to be clear, this served them very well on the tests, because the tests were pretty straightforward and they were long, and my process involved a lot of studying, a lot of research. But by the end of the year, okay, as I recall, I was the only person who got an A on the final, because by that point in time, I understood organic chemistry in a way that none of the rest of them did. And so by that time, when the professor was sort of throwing in variations that they had never learned, but because they didn't understand the principles, they just memorized the equations. It was gibberish to them. Whereas to me, I understood how that variation would affect the outcome. Does that make sense? So, that sort of philosophy is sort of in kind of everything that I do, kind of. So yeah, I used to talk about where I used to be a manager of analysts at insurance company, and before that, I was obviously a lower level analyst, and I came up through the ranks, and I developed this paradigm. We had four ranks. We had four levels of analyst: data analyst 1, data analyst 2, data analyst 3, data analyst 4. Technically, there was also a master data analyst, but there was like 2 in the whole company at the time. And I used to say that the job of a data analyst was to turn data into information, to turn information into knowledge, to turn knowledge into understanding, and to turn understanding into action. And I used to connect those transferal paths to the different levels. I expected an analyst 1 to be able to take data and transform it into information. I expected a data analyst 2 to turn information into knowledge. I expected a data analyst 3 to be able to turn knowledge into understanding. And I expected a data analyst 4 to turn understanding into action, actionable results, right? What are the next steps now that we understand this? And so, yes, I distinguish between data and information because in my experience, data is not informative, right? If I gave you a Excel document which had, 27 columns and 1 million rows, or a database of data points, it's literally gibberish to you, right? But if you take that data and you filter it, or you pivot table it, or you put it into a line chart or a bar chart, or you do something with it, now it's informative. You've used that data to achieve information. As data, raw data, it is essentially useless at that scale. We're not necessarily talking, big information, but yeah. I mean, this is my personal philosophy of analytics. But in any case, I think that is a valuable process. And I think it's not just about having knowledge of something. I think it's about having an understanding of something. And that's one of the things I do with this channel. It's one of the reasons this channel exists. I want you to understand these concepts in role-playing games, and I want you to understand why they work or why they don't work for you. I don't want you just to have, the information. The information is and to be fair, that's what most people want. They just want the answer. Information is the answer, right? Information is, what are the 5 best feats, to take in Pathfinder 2? What are the 5 best, show me your tier list of spells. I don't care about the explanation. I don't want to know why, just which ones are the best. That's information. Information is knowing heal is S++++ tier, right? That's information. Understanding is digging into why that's true, right? And how heal operates in the ecosystem of Pathfinder 2, and why heal doing what it does fundamentally kind of upsets understanding everything, about the game, and understanding why that's, broken. I didn't mean to go this late, GM Scott. I apologize. Good night, GM Scott. You should definitely have gone to bed by now. I should have gone to bed by now. I got to stream tomorrow. Well, today, later. Zipperfest says, my appreciation of these different systems has grown immensely since I started watching your channel and discussing things with this community, and love you guys. Thank you, Zipperfest. It's very kind of you. Very sweet of you. See you tonight, GM Scott. Always, always love seeing my boy GM Scott at the thing, at the cons, and hopefully I see you sooner than Origins next year, buddy. Yeah, it's like Magic the Gathering net decking. I mean, that's, because what are they trying to do, Meshi? They just want to win. And it kind of gets to that Ian Malcolm thing, right? Like, you stood on the shoulder of giants, but you didn't earn the respect to get to that point in order to build it, And so you don't respect the knowledge because you didn't have to work to achieve it. Steven says, and that's why you have the big daggerheart talks with Spencer when everyone else just watches. Yes, that is true. And Meshi says that's why this channel is great. And Pumpkin says that's why I'm a great teacher. Yes, it's true. However, I will point out that I was also an incredible analyst. And the reason why I was an incredible analyst is because this is kind of a very simplistic model, but there are, I think this is famously attributed to like Dick Cheney, right? There's the stuff that we know. There's the stuff that we don't know. There's the stuff we don't know that we know. And then there's the stuff we don't know. Sounds like a bunch of gibberish. But the problem that a lot of analysts have is that they are asked a question by it's Karl Rove. Oh, it's Rumsfeld. Okay, it was Rumsfeld. Okay. Now, it may sound like a bunch of gibberish, but actually, it's really good. Because the one of the problems that most analysts face is that your customers are asking the wrong questions, or they don't even know what the right questions to ask are. So a lower level analyst might be asked, A, B, and C. And they're going to go into the data, and they're going to figure out the information, and they're going to figure out the answer, and they're going to give their customer A, B, and C. But what they don't know is that, E and F are way more valuable and are going to give you extreme insight into your business, but your customers don't know to ask that question. In fact, they might not even be aware that data or that answer exists. And that, I think, is where that's the difference between a low-level analyst and a great analyst. A great analyst is capable of thinking beyond and imagining the situations and the questions and the analysis that the customer didn't even know was available. And not only telling them information that we have, but they weren't asking, but also making them aware of, hey, by the way, these are the deficiencies in our process. This is the information we don't know, and we should know it. And we should figure out ways to get that information, because that information would be very valuable for us and our customers. So in any case, I used to be a very good analyst because I didn't just stop at get shit done, right? The get shit done analyst is the person who goes, well, my customer or my client asked me for A, B, and C. I gave them A, B, and C. At the bare minimum, that will be sufficient to produce an answer. That's the get shit done approach. Now, I didn't do that, which is why I got promoted like 6 times in 7 years, because, to the point where they had to make a new rule that they couldn't give the departmental award out to the same person anymore, because a bunch of employees were getting very jealous of me and complaining to their managers because I won it like every year. Now, I'm not trying to like toot my own horn here. I'm just saying my approach for me has worked. So, when people are like, just ship it, fucking hit it with some flex tape and there you go. Why bother fixing the boat, properly when you can just slap fucking flex tape on it? It'll fucking hold. No whiteboards. Although we could have easily gone into whiteboard territory. I had big imposter syndrome at one point at KLOC Discord because I didn't know what I didn't know, and I was aware of that. But at least being aware that you didn't know what you didn't know was important. I mean, that's the first step, right? Yeah, exactly. Yes, epistemology, very good. Oh, there you go, epistemology. Yes. Blow that smoke, Derik. Yes. So now also, let's be real here. The get it shit done, get it good enough, slap a flex tape on it and ship it probably works for most of us in most of our situations, because quite frankly, we don't fucking care. Most people don't give a shit about their job. And why should they? Their job's probably taking advantage of them. They're probably underpaid, overworked. They probably have shitty benefits. And right, why should they care? And most people are doing a job that they're not passionate about. And even if they were passionate about it, their job has killed that passion. So I get it. Makes sense to me. That's not how I feel about role-playing games, right? And I don't think I ever want it to feel that way. So, because this is special to me, and the same thing is true with my woodworking, right? My woodworking was, it was not just a commodity; it was an expression of me, and I don't want to. When I think about how I view myself, I don't want to be just good enough, right? I want to be the best me that I can be. What was a quote I used to say? I don't know if I heard this somewhere or if I made it up. I've said it for such a long time. I used to say, I don't want to get better to become perfect, but I do want to perfect getting better. So, you know, that's how I feel about things, which is that I think you should always, you know, you may not be capable of doing, you know, this. You should always be pushing your limits. You know, you should always be trying to do more. So, maybe that I want to be the very best, like no one ever was. Right. That's correct. You're so behind that metacognition. Yes, absolutely. You know, it's kind of like the comment of progressive overlord. So like at gym and lifting, but you know, to the point about starting at imperfect. So this is the danger. So let's say, right, let's say we're talking about weightlifting, and we say, well, look, you want to go bench press, right? And every time you bench press, you should try to bench press more weight. Cool. And people will say, well, you got to start somewhere. That is very true. So just get in there and lift weight. That I think is dangerous. I think you should learn how to lift weight and understand what it is you're trying to do. And if you've never really lifted before, you will know that there are mental cueings. There is the understanding of what muscles you're using and having a mind-muscle connection and being cognizant and aware. And a lot of that can be attributed to coaching. And you can get hurt and you can cause damage if you do it wrong. But not only that, you could end up short-circuiting what you're trying to work on. You might be trying to work on your pecs, but you end up doing a lot of work on your anterior delts. Depending on what your build and shape is, there's structural things. The things that you may be doing because you saw someone else do it on the internet may not apply to you. And you're doing it because you don't understand it. But if you're like, well, you got to start somewhere. Everyone starts at the bottom. Yeah, but, you know, doing shitty practice only makes you better at being shitty. So what is it? Practice makes perfect? No, perfect practice makes perfect. So you have to know what you're doing before you do it. And that may sound like an oxymoron, but it is the paradox that rules my life. That's a good way to practice makes permanent. That's probably a good way to put it as well. Yeah. Now, Mishi, you're talking about scale and you're talking about scope, and I can agree to that, right? I've never done a full cabinet install because that's too much work for me. Oh, wow, the Triangle Agency is in there.
The Triangle Agency tipped $30. This should cover the hard costs of the recruitment tools. PDF. The agency appreciates your service.
The Triangle Agency, I know, is just going to be so meta. It is going to bother me to no end, I'm sure. But it'll be probably a delight for the people who are watching it. So, all right. Well, it looks like Triangle Agency is on the docket now. So maybe we'll do Draw Steel, Triangle Agency. I don't know. Maybe we'll just stream every day this week. That sounds lovely. Wonderful. Morning, Jorelson. Jess says, yes, you have to start somewhere. Applies to you have to start at a low weight before you can lift a heavy weight, but not that you don't need to learn how to do it. Correct. I have no problem with somebody starting with a low weight, and that's totally fine. I'm just simply saying that I think the mentality of just get in the gym and start throwing weights around because starting is the hardest part. And I think that kind of philosophy is dangerous. I think people should invest in knowledge and time and learning and really think about their approach before they ever step foot in a gym. And I know people are like, no, just start lifting weights tomorrow. Even if you don't know what you're doing, it's better than just sitting around. And I know that sounds like a good soundbite, but I think it's bad advice. What kind of game is Triangle Agency? It's PB like, but it's like a weird meta. I don't know. It's like kind of like an X-Files type thing, maybe. I don't know. Not sure. Do I think Draw Steel will stick? Ask me tomorrow after we look at the game. Is it Brindlewood? I didn't know that. Well, we'll find out. I mean, at some point. I mean, it was definitely all over. I mean, it won a bunch of Ennies, so I mean, I'm happy to take a look at it. Yeah. Yes, I will be covering Draw Steel in 16 hours. Okay. Oh, you were converting it with Night's Black Agents. Yeah, got it. No, Night's Black Agents from Pellegrin Press. I don't know who does Triangle Agency. Yes, and you were talking about Delta Green. Delta Green is like X-Files Cthulhu, basically. No, it's not carved in Brindlewood. I love that. Carved. I mean, Powered by the Apocalypse is cool, right? Forged in the Dark is good. Carved in Brindlewood, though. That sounds cool. So, yeah. I do hate Commander, but I mean, it's a constructed format, right? I mean, at the end of the day, whether it's casual or not, it's still a constructed format. And, you know, if you put a card in your Commander deck, I think it should be put in with some thought and care and concern as to what is this card doing in this deck versus it's good enough. So I actually like Brindlewood Bay, but yeah. We really can't call it a first look, so we need to come up with a new term for it. So I don't know what we're going to call it because we've actually played Draw Steel. Granted, it was a beta version, but I don't know. We'll have to come up with some sort of name for it. So, all right, folks, it's 3 a.m. It's 3 a.m. I must be lonely, huh? Heaven, she says, baby. Oh yeah, I can't help but be scared. I said, oh, sometimes the rain's gonna wash away. I believe in hair. It's 3 a.m. I must be low. All right, sorry. Matchbox 20. It's really late. I'm tired. I woke up today in Indy. That was yesterday. No, it's not. Well, I just heard the news today. It seems my life is gonna change. And then somehow it becomes Kermit. And close my eyes. We've created life with arms wide open. All right. Anyways, it's really late. I'm falling. It's getting. I'm a little punchy. Yeah, you know it's late when Kermit comes out. Oh God, I'm Kermit the Frog here. Oh God, I'm stoned. This is like it was an old MP3 from back in the day. Anyways, sleep. Scott Staff, yeah. Creed is, I don't like Creed, but Creed is fun to sing because, you know, it's just so over the top and you can just, you know, like you're taking a shit. Did you know at Disney World Hollywood Studios, they do a holiday after hours event with a Muppet holiday special now? Wow. Muppets. Muppets are cool. I'm a Jim Henson fan. What can I say? I still don't understand the point of Disney World for adults, though. I think we'll end it there. Wow, that is pretty sweet. It's fun. That's the point. Now that sounds like the point. Creed is very cringe, but again, it's one of those songs. It's like, it's like, what's that terrible band? I apologize if you like this band. Nickelback, right? Like nobody likes Nickelback, but it's like fun to sing because you can just like be so over the top and just like, it's fun to sing. I don't know. It's not good, but it's fun. It's not good, but it's fun. Like what Mario Party's supposed to be, but it fails to achieve that. It's neither good nor fun. Instead, it is the worst game thing. Which Nickelback album are you dissing specifically? Jess, if you like Nickelback, I don't know what to say. I can't name. I couldn't name a Nickelback album if you put a gun to my head. So I'm gonna have to pass on that one. I don't know. But anyways, what I was trying to say is I really think this is a long way of saying that I get to hang out with a lot of really creative, smart people over the last couple of days. And I found that very inspiring. And it's caused me to do a fair amount of self-reflection about what are my personal limitations that are, and I understand that, not everybody is good at everything, which is fine. But especially when I have, in some cases, a lot of knowledge and ideas and understanding that maybe some of these folks that I met don't have, but they are still producing content, which many people, a lot of people, in some cases, a crazy amount of people absolutely love and adore. And so that's sort of an interesting, way of sort of addressing myself in terms of a way to sort of understand my limitations is, what are the skills and abilities that those people lack? And, to kind of get PBTA on it, to get Avatar Legends on it, right? Can I figure out a way to maintain balance without violating my principles and still achieve my goal? And, all I need to do is go find a giant lion turtle and fucking Deus Ex Machina that shit, and off screen learn to soul bend, spirit bend, which no one knows about until the final episode. And apparently Aang knew how to do that ever since he met the lion turtle. We just didn't happen to see that until a flashback when it was really relevant, which was really good storytelling. So yeah, that's all I need to do is I need to find a way to spirit bend. That way I can both win, I can complete the adventure and solve the problem without compromising my principles. And the answer is simply easy. Just create a fifth brand new form of bending, which no one's ever seen or heard about before, and apparently can only be done by you, and solves all your problems. That's it. That's all I got to do. And that ending was dumb. Here's the thing. I liked the ending. I just didn't like how we got there. Does that make sense? I liked the ending. It's a it's a beautiful scene, and I love the idea that Aang, right? Aang knows he has to save the world and he has to defeat Ozai, but he also knows he cannot and will not kill. So he needs another option. And, he finds it, but it's the fact that the way he found it was kind of done off screen and we never saw it, and he didn't really struggle to obtain that knowledge. It just sort of happened. That was the part that I always felt was a little bit weak. But I love that he didn't kill him. And I love that he didn't, whatever. But you have brought up a topic of eternal debate for my husband and me. It's a fantastic show. It's an incredible scene. You know, because as an audience member, we're learning all about spirit bending, like, as it's fucking happening, right? Like, Aang goes, you know, and then it's like, suddenly while they're blowing, like, we hear this voiceover from the lion turtle, and it's like, to bend another's energy, your own spirit must be unbendable, or you will be taken over and destroyed. And we're like, okay, we're learning the rules of spirit bending as it's fucking happening. Cool. Like, this is a lot of exposition that is happening while the most pivotal bending of the entire series is occurring live. That's cool. We're writing the rules up as we're doing. So what if I'm actually the lion turtle? Holy shit. Now my mind is completely blown. Please don't do this during your TTRPGs. Again, I like the dragon turtle. I like the idea of the dragon turtle. Also, I don't want to really talk about, can we talk about how, like, yeah, it should have been foreshadowed. Also, can we talk about the fact that the only reason Aang even won that is because his chakra was blocked and he never actually resolved the issue? It's just that Ozai hit him into a rock that happened to specifically hit him in the back and freed him from the avatar state, or freed the avatar state. So now see, that's a fucking quote from one of, that's George. That's one of my gamers. That's one of my guys I game with in my gaming group. That you know what that is? This is like, you're at some bullshit point in the game, and this is when Smith goes, all right, Derik, I've got 6 hope. He slides over all 6 hope. So there's actually a new domain that I've been working on, and it just solves all my problems. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, that works. That definitely works. There's only one problem, Derik. What's that? Well, I can't actually do this because I can't access my avatar domain powers because I'm blocked. I'm like, oh, okay. I'm going to spend a fear, and Ozai is going to hit you particularly hard, and it's going to throw you up against the back wall, and your spine is going to hit, and you're going to take an extra hit point of damage. Oh, no. Now, roll. Oh, you rolled with hope, huh? Well, actually, that unlocks your avatar state, and now you can form to the avatar. I can't tell if you're actually saying that or if you're just being like funny, because whatever that answer is, it's still very lame. Because, like, what if he just didn't ever hit the rock? Or if the rock didn't hit him exactly in that spot. Anyways, all right. That's going to do it for me. We're going to be back in 16 hours to talk about MCD MRG. I mean, Draw Steel. Draw Steel. Draw Steel. Draw Steel. And, yeah. It'll be awesome. I'm looking forward to it. You know, we've been dealing with all this fluffy bullshit, feel good narrative, like your feelings and like what are you doing and like stuff. Tomorrow we're gonna be talking about grids, push 3, pull 5. We kick this motherfucker through a window. We kick him through a wall. Right? I'm gonna use my power. I'm gonna build up my token pools before I spend my combo points on a rogue finisher. I'm going to build up my rage before I drop an execution because the boss is at 30% or lower hit points. We're going to be going hardcore, 4E, tactical, MMO, cinematic, over the top. Also, did I mention grids? But it is very late, and I do need to sleep. Jess, always a pleasure. Thank you for stopping by. And again, thank you for the the piece of art. I am terrible at art, and so I cherish every single piece of art that I get. Fantastic. Jess, are you going to any other con? Are you going to PAX West or PAX U? Oh, okay, sweet. Actually, she just answered my question before I answer it. All right. Sweet. Well, I think we're almost certainly going to PAX Unplugged. The question is whether or not Steven will have a booth, but I think we're going regardless. So, but that'd be awesome. That'd be sweet. That'd be awesome. I get to see my friends, or at least my acquaintances who flick me off with a smile on their face. Fantastic. Yeah, get this narrative shit out of here. Get your spike on. It's Gamus time. It's time to talk about our builds and our sick ability. Are you? No, I am not an official RFC employee. To my knowledge, I have never been paid money by RFC, so I am definitely not an employee. I have received comps and benefits, room, board, flights, but never like actual cash. So, but which is fine. Which is cool, Jess is 1,000% more of an employee than me. 1,000%, yeah. Like, as in, like, she has contracts with them and her name on stuff. But which is fine. If Steven knows me well enough to know that he will never hire me to do anything. All right, folks. I will see you guys later today. Thank you for hanging out with me. Thank you for the last hour where we've just sort of been going on some really weird, deep philosophical tangents. But before that, it was fun talking about Gen Con. It was kind of a cool moment for me. I got to meet a lot of cool people, hang out with some old friends, and sort of be inspired by them. And, to see their pride in their work and the cool stuff that they're doing and shaping the future of gaming. And I think that's really, really cool. And it was fun to get to meet everybody. I will say, last thing before I go. I'm not going to lie. I really thought this was going to be the con that I was going to meet Matt Mercer. And I didn't. And I was a little disappointed by that. Not because I watched his show, although I do have a lot of respect for him. I just, he's one of the big ones. And I thought, he's going to be at this, he's going to be at this Darrington thing or something, or he's going to be what I was going to have it in somehow to meet him, to meet the man, the myth, the legend. And it just didn't happen. And, we'll have to wait for another day. That's true. Yes. All right. I ran into everybody, but not him. Wait, really? The secret of meeting is to name your event so you couldn't get tickets to see Matt Mercer. That's how some other game hall con. That's awesome. Total aside, we were talking about how we want to get a room at Origins, and one of the ways that you can get a room, aside from buying one, is if you run enough events, they'll give you a room. And so we were talking about running a bunch of events just for our patrons, but how would we get it so that nobody would sign up for those events except for people from the Knights of Last Call. So we were joking about what games that we could pull off our shelves, and one of them that we joked about is that we'll sign up that we're going to run 30 games of free market. And they'll all get filled up because they'll all be filled up with our patrons, but they'll be playing games with each other. But they obviously won't be playing free market. But that reminds me, I need to bring free market to the next con I go to, and I need to try to convince people to play this. Anyways, but that way we would get a room because we're like, oh, wow, this Knights of Last Call group has 30. They're running 30 games. We better give them a room. But in reality, it would all just be my patrons playing games with each other, and none of them would be free market. No. I would run free market. I'm saying I don't want to make sure that I literally don't want my patrons to only be running 30 games of free market. You'd play it? Attaboy. There you go. There's your attaboy token. Attaboy. All right, folks. Thank you for hanging out with me. I'm back. That means for better good. Thank you, everybody, for tipping and super chatting. Triangle Agency wants their book talked about, and it looks like that'll happen. Smendon, John, Goblins and Androids, Edward, Elaine, Cal, Agile Monk, Fooster, Thaddeus, and Edward to kick us off as well. Thank you so much for the tips and support. Thank you to the list of people. We've got Bardic Hospitality, Keythor, Guy Hymus, Papy Skill, Hard Bushido, GM Scott, KC Roberts, all who resubbed, Silk Spar, all who resubbed on Amazon Prime. I really appreciate you all for doing that. And if you get it, remember, if you don't want to give me any money, that's cool. But you can always support us by twitch.tv or in the link below. We got our Amazon affiliate link. We got a drive-through RPG affiliate link. And you can just use those, and I get like a couple percentage points. You don't pay any more money, but, you know, it's how I can buy PDFs and stuff. It's cool. I appreciate you either way. Or, hey, just hang out and talk with me because I like that too. So we'll see you tomorrow, next time, on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody. Peace.